Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Online Darts here for Pro Tour Live. It is Players Championship number 4 of the season. And what a draw this tournament has thrown up. Afternoon to everybody in the chat room. Hope you are all well, in store for another few hours of darting drama. I've got the draw up on the right-hand side as we wait for the games to go live. We start board 1. We've got Gabriel Clemens in action. Dave Chisnall, the number 1 seed, once again beaten 6-1 in the opening round yesterday. Starts his campaign against Aaron Monk, who's played pretty well. Ricky Evans on that board as well. Board number 2 is where Stephen Bunting is. Hopefully he's feeling a bit better today. Peter Wright is starting to pick up some form in these Pro Tour events as well. He starts against Leighton Bennett. Board 3 is an absolute minefield, and it is one of your streaming boards today on PDC TV. James Wade against Luke Littler. The same board as Gary Anderson, Scott Williams, Willie Ball and Rob Owen, Timo Tricol, Adam Gavlas as well. We've got Ryan Joyce on board 4. Johnny Clayton starts against Richie Burnett. Burnett with another call-up from the Challenge Tour. Board number 5, we'll find Dirk van Dijvenbode against Jeffrey Sparrowdance. Mike De Decker starts against Stephen Lenham. Board 6, we've got Gian Van Veen against Jeffrey de Graaf, the Swede. Denon against Usher once again. Mervyn King against Ross Smith. Board 7, Dobie, Pilgrim, Rids and Hurrell. Dom Taylor, Michael Van Gogh, an interesting board for former MODUS Super Series players. Graham Hall in there as well against Keane Barry. Hope you're all well. Get your predictions in the chat room. Once I finish going through the draw, we'll find out who you think is going to win the title today. Board number 8, Daryl Gurney, Lee Evans, Roby John Rodriguez, Danny Noppert, the standout players on that one. Board number 9, Dimitri van den Berg. That's when the game's warming up now. We'll get to Steve Beaton. Goin Price on there as well against Cameron Menzies, who's been in great form of late. Interesting first round for those two. Board number 10, Martin Schindler takes on Keegan Brown. Keegan beaten in the opening round by Simon Whitlock yesterday. Ricardo Petretska, Dylan Slevin, Perez on the Pro Tour, and Danny Lauby as well. Board 11, Barney against Sulovic, Rob Cross against Veenstra, Grundy in his first season against Richie Edhouse. Board 12, Aspinall takes on Beveridge to start. Whitlock against Michael Smith, big draw for both of those. Andy Bartons against Adam Hunt. Board 13 is where we'll find Damon Hetter and Luke Woodhouse as your seeded players. Aidan Kirk has Hetter. Oscar Lukasiak, another Swede, taking on Ian White, who's been pretty impressive so far. Board 14, we got Matt Campbell in there. Adam Warner against Ratajski. Jim Williams takes on Andrew Gilden. Tough match for both of those to start after Jim Williams. He's had some stinkers of draws so far in the Pro Tour season. Board 15 is where you'll find Alan Suter against Owen Bates. Josh Rock against Barry Van Peer. Brendan Dolan against Josh Richardson also. And board 16 to round it out, Jose de Souza takes on Mario van den Boharder to start. Brian Searle, who's been to 3 Pro Tour finals in a row, winning yesterday, takes on Josh Payne. And Paul Kroner on his debut block of events. He missed the first block, is back for today. Chat room, what are you saying? Ed asks who's the boy playing, James Wade. So I'm going to watch like this. Another great day of darts indeed, David. Hope you're well. Lendl says these floor tournaments are where it's at, especially with the changes to the Euro Tour. This is 100% the most interesting place on the tour right now. Els says, how do? Pissing down here, so I'm not working. I'm scared of rain. Have to watch darts all day instead. What a life. Can't argue with that. I did hear about the TikTok kid with a 9 attempt that was fake. I was watching his video last night for a little bit. I gave up at those. Waffling, but yeah, he tricked a fair few people. Craig's in this afternoon, Jack, watching from Middlesbrough, supporting Graham Usher. I'd suspect nothing less from that far north in the country. Connor says Littler for title today. Ed's in, hope you're well. I'm very well, love darts, hope you're good. Teddy says it's another Anderson Tuesday. That would be what, 3 finals in a row for Anderson as well now? That would be a big push. De Graaf as much as Swede as right. Scott, yeah, but Kevin Vanessa's not Northern Irish, but we've accepted that one for a while. I'm good, thank you, Jordan. Very well. Looking forward to tomorrow night as well. He says MVG is the winner. Matty's going for Littler. Ridiculous board, though. He does seem to strive against the bigger names, I agree. London's got MVG 11.9% favourite to win the day. Mark's in. Hope you're well, buddy. He says Peter Wright for the title today. That would be a stretch. No Nottingham Forest conversation today. Aqua says Barney Army. Anthony's in. He says, hi, Jack and chat. Love to see Searle. Keep it going with Gary. Looks like they're having fun. They would be meeting in the final if that was to happen once again, because they're in opposite halves of the draw. I need to get the streaming boards up. I should have done this before I started talking to you all. PDC.tv. As always, thanks to Jar for paying for the account. Burnt says, I say Ando, simple. Fowler or Owen is your only striker. I have to go Owen, despite the fact he's a traitor. Owen's one of the reasons that I support the club I do, so. Michael for me. Tristan says, can't look past MVG today. Look, it's starting to look better. An early nuke alarm. It is. It is! Where's the video? Press it! Afternoon, Sean. Hope you're well. Paul says Rapid Ricky for the title now that he's doing his M&M impersonation. That way. There we go. Duplicate 4 of those. No. Minimize that while I do this. Two. So Littler and Wade are on streaming board 1 for you. Hiya, Missy. Hope you're very well. It is Stevie Beaton on streaming board 2. Against Dimitri Vandenberg. Streaming board 3. Without commentaries, where you can find Raymond van Barneveld against Mensur Sulovic, who's back in red today, rightly so. None of this Rapid Vienna green. Need to have a word about that, Mr. Sulovic. And on board 4 is Chris Dobie against Darryl Pilgrim. Afternoon, Jim. Hope you're well. There's only so many alarms that we can have. Sort what spelling mistake? Have I missed something? I need a featured game. That's what I've missed. Beveridge Aspinall. Big day for Nathan Aspinall. Oh, Bars made that, not me. Shock. Don't tell him when he gets here, though. He's once again working on the Super Series. Afternoon, Stephen. Hope you're well. Did Lennon get a 9-darter in the first leg? I don't know. I missed it. I don't know, Jeff. If he did, he's had a stinking leg second. What was his average? No, 11. A 167 is a 9-dart leg. Villafan says Van Veen to win today. Average of 167 is a 9 that we're looking for. Okay, we get all the results up now. Go that way a bit more. Make that score fit in properly. Who has better darts knowledge, Boyce or Bars? I think Bars knows more about the sport, but he also chucks some horrid opinions out. Boyce is the more level-headed. I'm going to sort these by board number as well. It's just something I've started to do now that I manage tournaments. Easy to keep track with. No, I'm saying Phil has been around the sport an awful long time. That's a prediction, not an opinion. And he did say that before we saw the ridiculousness at the World Championships, didn't he? So, but yeah, I'm glad he's very wrong. Can't lie, I've just ordered some pasta for lunch. Should be on its way soon. So apologies in advance. Terrible week though, away. As much as I love being away. 12 days, I think it was in the end. It's not the best for eating healthily. So, delighted to have lost a stone so far. So, got on the scales this morning. Not expecting that, but it'll do. Littler gets a leg back then against the machine, who misses 3 from double 10. Not like James Wade at all. Sulovic is level with Van Barneveld. Gilden leads Jim Williams 2-0. Brendan Dolan is doing a job on Josh Richardson. He leads that one 3-0. Mario van den Boog Harder leads Jose de Salza 2-1, despite Jose averaging 16 points more than him. Averages are just a guide, remember. Dideka leads Steve Lennon, averaging 118. Those boys are really going at it. What boards are being streamed, says Daz? We've got board 3, James Wade against Luke Littler. We have board 9, Dimitri van den Berg against Steve Beaton. We have board 11, Van Barneveld against Mensur Sulovic. And board 7, Chris Doby against Daryl Pilgrim. Matty, that's terrible. That is dreadful. Who is Peter Wright playing? I want to say Leighton Bennett. Is the venue warm? I mean, Leicester's not that much more modern than Wigan. It is a little bit. We're playing the Riders practice facility. Doby and Pilgrim now level at 2 apiece. Daryl Pilgrim, if he doesn't get another call-up, is going to be that anomaly on top of the seasonal averages once again, because he rocks up. He averages within the top 10. Doesn't win a great deal on the Pro Tour yet. Doesn't even have a tour card. Just finds himself in that position. Who's throw for the Littler game? Wade is 2-1 up with a break. So Littler has the darts if we level. No, it doesn't. Littler's throwing first in the 4th leg. So Wade has the darts. It wasn't a break then, is it? Duh. I've not thrown Luke's darts. They've got a combination of the pixel grip and something else on them, which is why they're so expensive, by the way. It's not because it's Luke's name and Luke's face. It's just the design that he's gone for. The technology that goes into building a dart like that has 3 different grips on it that is quite aggressive, and the Swiss point in it, and whatever other technology he's got in there, the coating on it, is why his darts are so expensive to start with. But no, I've not thrown them. They are more aggressive than what I'm used to. I think the dart I've just picked is a bit more aggressive than what I'm used to, but I've picked it for the scallop at the back and it'll go away. I think you've misinterpreted that interview, Rika. It said that they've practiced twice together. That doesn't mean Gary's only practiced twice. It means that Ryan and Gary have practiced together twice since Christmas. They will have practiced alone, but as a practice session together, which is the big talking point, they've met up to throw darts together twice. Yeah, the grip's too aggressive for me. Brendan Dolan is absolutely storming past Joshua Richardson right now. He leads 5-0 and looking like the man to become the first player to book their spot in the last 64. Ryan Joyce is a 5-1 leader over Kim Hybrex, averaging 98. Kim's chucking a 95 there. The other thing is, if you're trying to get hold of Little Darts in a minute, they've absolutely flown out, so it's taking forever. I've just ordered directly from Target, and I probably wish I hadn't, because they're dealing with the littler demands, and my dart's going to get caught up in that, whereas if I'd ordered them from somewhere else, they might be here already. Luke is in trouble, though. He's 4-1 down to James Wade, averaging just 85. Look, dips are going to happen. He's never going to be up around 100 his entire career. It's just an impossible standard to maintain, but he's going to have to do something here. Yeah, I'd have to throw short. I think I've thrown the K-Flex, but only on Jared Cole's darts of the week. I've got a set of the Windmile Plasma Prism, whatever they are, but they're medium length and they're a bit too long for me, so got to find what I like. Dolan is the first man through, though. He whitewashes Joshua Richardson 6-0, 101 average for the history maker. Mike DeZecker is still averaging 113. He's 4 apiece with Steve Lennon. My average is not good, is the answer to that. Mid-60s. Morning, TJ. How are you? Joining us from the US of A. It's 6 a.m. where you are, TJ. No. 8 a.m. 5 hours. Imagine if Luke wins today. Could he meet Wright or Bennett if and when? I think so. I think they're only like 3 or 4 boards away from each other, so it would be quarterfinals, somewhere like that. But he's got some work to do. He still trails James Wade 4-2 now. Jeffrey de Graaf gets a leg back against Gian Van Veen, but it's a long way to go for him, who is 5-1 down. Luke Littler is 4-2 down to James Wade. Morning, Anthony. Hope you're well. Big finish for Nathan Aspinall. Takes that 1-1-4. 5-2 he leads against Darren Beveridge for a much-needed win on the Pro Tour. Afternoon, ASG. Hope you're well. Who's Gando playing today? Good question. Ryan Joyce will be playing again. He's just beating Kim Hybrecht 6-2. Thank you. Lunch. Steve Lennon leads Mike Decker 6-4. The Decker Lennon game is absolutely insane. And it's over. Steve Lennon beats Mike Decker 6-4. Averages 110. 13 dart leg to finish it. Oh, Dale, just in the airport to go to Portugal to watch Porto v Arsenal tomorrow. Save your money, pal. Sit at home and watch Liverpool play Luton instead on a legal fire stick. Because we're not allowed to be televised. What a nightmare. Right, give me 2 seconds and I'll get the questions up that you guys want. Because I've got everything else set up and now you're asking for more draw information. Board calls. So someone wanted to know who Gary's playing. Gary takes on Scott Williams. That's on the same board as Wade and Littler, actually. So you'll see that third game on streaming board 1. Michael Smith takes on Simon Whitlock on board number 12. Paul's in. Hope you're well. Joining us from Canada is Nathan Aspinall. Picks up a win over Darren Beveridge. Let's put the end of the Littler game on then, because plenty of you asking about that scoreline. Luke Woodhouse beats Jack Lavra 6-1. Wade wants 40 to edge back in the lead. Littler can only pressure from here. Aqua says Barney Army. Is he warming up yet? Oh my God, I missed it. He's been playing since round 1. Hang on, we've got to do it. My apologies, ladies and gents. Wade now leads Luke Littler 5-4. Big game's warming up. Some results as well. I've missed Nathan Rafferty. He's beaten Gabriel Clemens 6-2. Gian Van Veen completed a 6-1 win over Jeffrey de Graaf. Martin Schindler a 6-2 win over Keegan Brown. Back-to-back losses this weekend for Keegan. Afternoon, Dave. Aiden has not thrown yet. He's got a seed, though, from my memory. So he'll be on 3rd. Am I going to Newcastle on Thursday? No, I'm not. Phil Bars does all that sort of travelling. I'm going to Gatwick on Thursday morning instead. Yeah, my bad, Matty. Barney beats Sulovic 6-2, so we'll get another alarm, and that one will be on time, I promise. Luke Littler looking like he's going to force a decider right now. Graham Hall playing today. He is. He's on board. Where's the rest of the Super Series players. Same board as Van Gerwen. Chris Dobie's board, I think. He's on board 7, third game on. I'm hoping TJ, but I highly doubt it. I'd love to do New York. It's not a darts tournament, Craig. I'm off to pick my partner up from the airport at 6 a.m. She's picked those flights well. Not. Making our way back from Shanghai. Nervy opening then for Wadey and Littler in a deciding leg. Wadey finds a treble, but that might not be enough. We know what the scoring power of this young man is like. Yeah, interesting though, fist bump. Chris Dobie is a leg away from knocking out Daryl Pilgrim. Every time he gets a ridiculous draw, doesn't he? Perez Lauby coming up. It is TJ. Vandenberg. Oh, Steve Beaton just missed ball to stay alive for what would have been a 130 checkout, and Dimitri wants 108 to knock out the Bronze Adonis. He's averaging over 100 right now. Big visit from Wade. Littler leaves a finish, but it might not be enough. 48 for double 10. Wadey's got inside. Surely not the big fish. Not the big fish. And James Wade does knock out Luke Littler in round 1. Luke the Nuke will head to Newcastle, searching for something now after being beaten by the Machine 6-5 in the opening round. Where have you gone from Middlesbrough? Craig's in. There we go. We'll put a bit of Graham Usher on for you. Yes, the Nuke is gone in Players' Championship number 4, beaten by James Wade. James Wade will be called a mechanic in no time by GB News. Yeah, he gets 4 chances, Stephen, just for our attention. What happened there? He just didn't get going, mate. He started off slowly, found himself 4 on behind, fought back. But James Wade did what James Wade does. Mario van der Bojada defeats Jose de Souza 6-4. I'm not sure if I think people are used to Luke Littler now. The more and more he plays, the law of averages suggests the more and more he's going to be beaten. He's come up against some very seasoned pros on the Pro Tour when he has been beaten. And it's still a learning curve. Like, he's 4 Pro Tours into his professional career. Like, there's still a lot of time for him to settle in. We've seen some great darts from him. We've seen him compete in the Premier League already. Like, I don't think it's time to panic. It's chasing the match players. Oh, a lot of pressure on will he get there already. Give him a chance. He's qualified for Euro Tours. To be honest, he's got Eurotour qualifier to play tomorrow. So a deep run today and then Eurotour qualifier tomorrow, followed by a trip from Leicester to Newcastle when he's finished tomorrow for the Premier League, probably isn't the best thing. So he's got a bit of time now to relax, maybe hit the practice board a little bit. And then we'll see what he's got in him in the Toon on Thursday. Daryl Pilgrim has just been beaten in the last leg decided by Chris Dobie. He looks up to the sky, another 90 average for Pilgrim, 92 in the end. But he is out. One day he will get his rewards, Daryl Pilgrim, because he is a fantastic player and a very nice person as well. Cheers, Davey. Thanks for popping in. Just one streaming game live at the moment then, as all the others change over. Adam Smith-Neil takes on Willie O'Connor. On stream board 1, we're going to see Thibaut Tricot against Adam Gaulas. And on 2, Ryan Meikle against Wessel Nyman. Depends on the pro ASG. Like, some will go and play legs and get somebody else involved. They'll do some finishing practice. 1-2-1 is quite a common routine, which has got many variations on it. If they're playing alone, they might try and take it out in 6 darts, or they give themselves 9 darts or whatever. If you take it out in 3, you go up by a certain distance. If you play it as a group, you go up by 10 if you hit it. You go down by 1 if you miss it. There's all sorts. You've got Bob's 27s. Some might just do some finishing routines. Often you'll see in lines players just call out finishes. So they might say 68, and then they'll throw for 68, and they'll keep throwing in a line if there's 3 or 4 of them until someone hits 68, and whoever hits it calls out the next one, and they keep throwing for that. It's whatever's in their mind at that point. There's no rule saying you have to fist bump. It's nice. And as a player, I'm one that would go down that alley, I think. But if you're in the zone and ready to go, then you don't need to. You shake hands at the start and you shake hands at the end. Anything else in between is up to you. I know some players absolutely hate it. Aiden's playing Damon Hatter on board 13. Afternoon, Jim. Just the one, mate. You've missed about 1 round of fixtures. And we have lost Gabriel Clemens, Stephen Bunting, Mike De Decker, Daryl Gurney, Jose de Salza, and Luke Littler. So nothing too dramatic, honest. The next step for women's darts. The next step, the thing is, it's going to take time, right? But the next step for women's darts comes in about 10 to 15 years. And it's when the next generation have had chance to go through, have been inspired by the likes of Fallon and Bo and Lisa, getting more airtime and playing better. And it's when the 10-year-olds that are picking up darts right now mature into adults and play competitive darts. Right, there's plenty of female dart players out there, but there are plenty that, for one reason or another, haven't played enough darts over the last few years to go and contend at that level. At some point, there will be a female world champion. I have no doubt of it. In terms of overall. But they have to start from an early age. The reason why Bo is so dominant, she's been playing darts since she was 8 years old in a family that plays darts. And with all due respect, her action is the most, at the top level, that replicates a biomechanical male throw. And it's about developing that from an early age. You aren't just suddenly going to inspire a 19-year-old girl to pick up darts and they're going to become world class overnight. You might, but it's even less likely then. So it's got to allow time. And with that, the organisations have just got to keep going and keep pushing opportunities. The PDC Women's Series, for instance, the WDF Tour is still very, very good for the female players that turn up and play. The ADC Women's, there's an entire organisation now just for women's events on the ADC. And it's just about players now supporting it, backing it, taking the opportunities. And this goes both ways, I guess. Those at the latter stages of their career might begrudge it a little bit as they go on, but it's about them walking so that others can run now. They've got to keep committing. They've got to keep going, but understand that in 15 years, the fact that they've committed to tours such as the Women's ADC will inspire somebody 15 years younger than Bo to go on and achieve something perhaps even better than Bo will ever manage. And that's just using Bo as an example. That's not calling anybody out. Jermaine Watermain absolutely whitewashes Vincent van der Voort 6-0. Gian Van Veen was a question in the chat room. I'm sure I've seen his results somewhere. He won 6-1 against Jeffrey de Graaf. My pick for today. Did I not say at the start? Or did I not put in a group chat? I'll go Dobes today. Matt Dennant's turned it around against Graham Usher. He trailed this one 3-1, I believe, but 4-3 up. Now, Adam Smith-Neal leads Willie O'Connor 4-1. That one's on the streaming board 3. James Hurrell is back on the streaming board. He is 1-0 down to Callan Ridge. Hurrell missed the double 12 for a 9 darty yesterday. Alpine Pua leads Patrick Gerrard 3-2. Chips, just one bad weekend, mate. I think you are massively blowing this out of proportion. There are weekends when Van Gerwen doesn't win a match on a Pro Tour. There's been times when Anderson hasn't won a match on a Pro Tour. Like, he's had a bad week in terms of results, and he still made a quarterfinal yesterday, last 16 yesterday. Like, came here before DC. How are the North Americans doing? So Danny Lauby is currently 2 apiece with Christian Perez. Jules Van Dongen finds himself 3-1 down to Paul Kroner, who's averaging 102. Other than that, no one else has played. There's commentators on streaming board 1 and 2. On 3 and 4, they don't bother. They don't give a full production to that. It's just so you can watch it, which basically allows bookmakers to bet and play on it. It's costing, and at the minute, PDC TV doesn't earn enough in subscriptions to fully produce all of them. Another Josh Rock is a massive stretch. Josh also had his best year on the Pro Tour last year. Just didn't have the impact on TV events of causing a big upset or hitting a 9 in a Grand Slam. Rasmus frustrating for me. They must be having some technical difficulty, Michael. I'd watch him on mute because I'm streaming to you. So, incredibly effective on the 19th. I think he steps back way too much. I think he overthinks a lot. If he just lets them fly, he's a fantastic dart player. Difficult to be the number one from your country for so long and carry that mantle. I think he's done that pretty well. Do I think he'll ever go and win a PDC major? Probably not. Do I think he'll make a decent career of what he's doing? Then yeah. I'm not sure they would, Villa fan, and that's the issue. They do chuck the odd game onto Facebook and whatever to advertise this as a product, but YouTube ads are only effective as compared to streaming and production. Their costs are huge. That's why they don't have commentators on the bottom. But one person can manage those bottom 2 streams at the same time. It's got a Dart Connect scoreboard. They just have to pick up the right overlay. The cameras are fixed, and the mics are either on or off. There's no adjustments needed. To do the production they need on the top 2, they need at least one commentator, if not 2. A spotter on each board, which means a camera operator, the ref, a sound guy for each. To do that for 4 boards or more would be ridiculous. Who does Ass play next? He'll play either Hempel or Owen Rolos. Will the WDF Masters be held this year? Absolutely no idea. Your guess is as good as mine. What I do know and believe is that Wimmo actually hold the naming rights to that event, not the WDF or the BDO. So it might not be. It might exist somewhere. What's my take on the Jack Main ban? Obviously, yeah, that's been announced 2-year suspension. I've seen his social media posts. I don't know the ins and outs of the game, but even to be banned on probability, there has to be a massive discretion between what he was producing for the day, what he then produced in that match, and a connection to whoever placed that bet. And if they've got all of those, whether or not they can find a message somewhere showing that he agreed to it somewhere. Then at 104 then to upset the Usher comeback. Oh, and that's exactly what he does. The Scholar takes out the Gambler on board 6, an 89 average for Dennant, who steals it from under the wings of Graham Usher, who did so well to fight back into that one. But it is Matt Dennant who progresses at the expense of Graham Usher. What's relatively new? We'll go Clayton Burnett. I don't know at the minute, Stephen. My ambition would be to commentate or present or be a pundit in some sort. That's more close to what I do here. I've had that conversation at the Super Series, but it's just not on the cards at the moment because I'm more needed as a ref, and it doesn't look right as a ref to then be given opinions the following week. I guess it's finding a place where the PDC rotation is locked up for the next 20 to 25 years, and I spend way too many Mondays sat here giving an opinions that would be seen as bringing the organisation or company into disrepute if I was then employed by the PDC. Paul Hinks, Eddie Mason, even the chance of Russ Bray now joining the senior setup now that he's a PDC ambassador and not restricted by where he can referee on TV. There is only really the Super Series, and at that point, I'm already there. I've got 4 weeks of this block of Series 7 coming up as blocked out. I'm moving down there in the future, so we'll have to wait and see what comes about. Never seen The Walking Dead, no. James, is there a lot of match fixing in darts? Look, Nyman's back from a suspension for match fixing. Carl McKinstry is still suspended or banned. Jack Main as well. And there's 2 more cases that have been made public that are still under investigation. So when you think how many players are involved, how many darts matches are played, and how many have been suspended, caught, whatever, then there's a basis of probably, like, not really, but actually they are, some of them are quite high profile, so we draw more attention to it. The hope is that as the players that are under investigation now are found guilty or whatever, and then banned or suspended, that's enough deterrent for other people to not. If you go to a pro tour, you can't move more than 10 meters without there being a poster saying "Do not gamble," speak to the PDPA, etc. Like, it's just not on, and it puts the sport at a massive, massive risk. You think about the spot fixing that we had in cricket a few years ago. Look, there's definitely some sort of thing going on in football. Matt Letizia openly sits there on podcast telling you now that he tries to overhit kickoffs to go out for a throw-in. As long as there is opportunity with so many markets, the chance of spot fix is always going to be high. And human greed is thrown into the equation, but we can hope that one day everything is completely clean. I mean, snooker had it massively as well, didn't it? So not to just say it's okay in darts because it happens in other sports, but yeah, Matt, I can't lie, Matt. Though this weekend was a bit seeing so many different people have a shot at the seniors this weekend and not being asked hurt a little bit. But especially for something that, quite frankly, I know more about than most of the other people that have been chucked into that box. Like, I've just sat and done the qualifiers for the last 3 weekends. I would have loved the chance to, even in one of the mid-session breaks, go up there and talk about those qualifiers. But it is what it is. Hugh's pretty busy, yeah. Obviously now Charlie is fully available to the PDC, so Nunes and Mo play brilliant. Play one at once and then swap them out. Don't play them both and run the risk of both getting injured. Wins for Adam Smith-Neil. Carla, there's back-to-back questions in there that I can't really answer. Jado, I can't talk about that one, so I won't. And D to B, I already know what the next special week is, so I can't sit here and tell you because that'll be released by then. But there's a few ideas floating around. There's a couple of little concepts in there that are really good. Callum Ridds beats James Hurrell 6-2. Simon Whitlock is warming up against Michael Smith. Ratajski about to get underway, as is Josh Rock. 3 finalists in a row, Ryan. So 101 straight in best of 19. That'll be carnage. I'll be there forever as a ref. I'd love to see some sort of pairs competition. I'd love to see a pairs event in the seniors as well, to be honest. We were going through potential World Cup pairings the other day, and they're pretty tidy. The Scots of Thorne and Hendo, the English, Howson's your number one at the minute. If it's after Taylor goes, then, I mean, the dream would have been to pair Taylor and Martin Adams a couple of years ago, but that's probably a bit too beyond it now. You could have a Lisa and Trina pair in there as well. Who else could we have chucked in? The Welsh would have been Burnett. Maybe chuck in an Erig or a Huntley at the moment. See, I love the pairs, Kevin, and the World Cup is the best tournament on the calendar for me. So, Paul, I guess it's just whatever you're comfortable with. If you've got friends or teammates that throw something drastically different, then have a chuck with air darts, see if there's something about it that you like. A lot of it is just trial and error. There is no real way. The other option is to go to a shop and find one that will allow you to throw with darts. It'll be Hendo and Thornton. The last 2 world champions have been Scotland. So the American team would be pretty interesting. You chuck Leonard Gates in, maybe give Larry Butler a call up. The Canadians of Jim Long and David Cameron. So, yeah. I think Bo will ever be on the Super Series. Bo has been asked a number of times on the Super Series. I think the count is actually 4 now, 2 of which she accepted and then withdrew at late notice. The hope is that, of course, she'll play at some point. She is one of the most high-profile players. And would certainly bring eyes to what's going on. Afternoon, Fred. Right, Bennett should be on soon. It should, as Razma beats Sedlacek. Afternoon, Andrew. Good to have you in with us. Tips is just practice. Don't try and overdo it, I guess. Throw with a setup that you're comfortable with and repeat it. That's the basic. There's so many different ways as whatever. And if you are looking to get into competition in America, reach out to the guys from the CDC, the Championship Dart Circuit. They're on social media. They're the guys that run a lot of the affiliated tours over in the States. So I'll be honest, I don't really know where is Louisiana? Ooh. So most events are either in Vegas or on the East Coast, so you're not in a great position at all. But yeah, have a look, see if there's anything close to you. You might get something a bit more central. I think based out. You got a long flight, Chicago, New York, Vegas, etc. But yeah, get involved. I've gone Dobie for the win today. Pro Tours and UK Open, are there any other events that count towards match play, Grand Prix qualification? Depends which order of merit you're looking at. Obviously the overall rankings, any TV ranked event will count before then, so the UK Open will count towards those. In terms of the Pro Tour qualification, then no, it's just Pro Tours and Euro Tours. Big win for Wade to start, 100%. Who's the best duo for Sky Sports commentary, in your opinion? Who do I put him with? I'm going to go Dan and Wayne, you know. I know some people don't like either, both, one or the other. But I just think in terms of knowledge, Dan Dawson knows probably more about darts than 99.9% of people on the planet. Is just an encyclopedia. He's ridiculous. And he's so versatile / adaptable in what he does and how he can commentate. And Mardul, despite some of his nonsense and jokery and whatever, is the best analyst of a throw you will ever hear. And I like that. I like that Wayne can sit there and tell you why somebody's missing to the left. Or what's going wrong with them right now. And he gets excited and everything else that comes with it. So that's my duo. Has anyone played as well as Anderson did without winning yesterday, you think? There must have been a Price or a Van Gerwen run at some point. Score is the Asp. The Asp has already played. I think he already won. I'm on the Asp. He won 6-2 against Darren Beveridge. There we go, Anthony. We're playing in Chicago and Indianapolis this year. Yeah, quite telling Sky gave Dawson a medal the entire final. I think they finally realised just how good Dan Dawson is and shouldn't be sat on the sidelines. And I think there have been times in the past where I'm not convinced that those two can work together. Their podcast was fun, but at times it did feel a bit like they were just trying to outdo each other all the time. But I think they've learned to put that aside, actually. And when they're on it, they are just ridiculous as a duo. Don't start, Love the Darts. I can mute you. Anyway, lunch over. Sorry about that. Johnny Clayton won away from a big win over Richie Burnett with a decent average as well. This will be a nice boost to the Ferret. Elsewhere, Simon Whitlock has taken the opener against Michael Smith. Gerwyn Price is underway. He's won a piece with Cameron Menzies. Van Gerwen and Dom Taylor are underway. Hightower took the opener in 15 darts. Dave Chisnall leads Aaron Monk 2-1. I don't really, Rob, because I throw the Gen 2s as it is. I believe Wright will be throwing the elements. He's finally decided. I think he's clocked on that chopping and changing is no good for him. It's just finding a straight barrel dart that he's happy with, and I think the elements have got to be those ones. Do you reckon auto qualification for Euro Tour is a blessing for Wade if he's reignite his career? I think so. Qualifiers seem to be a bit of a hiccup. It's just doing damage up on those Euro Tour stages, I think. And there we have it. Johnny Clayton, a 6-3 winner over Richie Burnett. Does finish with 100 average for the Ferret. Big win for him over his compatriot and former world champion. Where do we go next? Is Ross Smith Mervyn King early enough? It is now. Afternoon, Harry. Hope you're well, buddy. Who's helped more, Ryan or Ando, with them practicing together? I think both. I think Gary's just in a really good place in his life right now, and he will tell you that in any interview. Clearly, practicing with somebody as good as Gary Anderson is going to give you a kick up the backside from if you're Ryan Searle. I can't put Gary Anderson on screen. He's not playing. We'll swap to Gary when this one's done. Should be live by then. But I also think, look, Gary lives in a quite remote area, and actually having somebody message him or nagging him or telling him, right, we're practicing today, probably been a good thing for him as well. He's changed his equipment. He's finally got comfortable with those now, putting in the match practice, and it's paying off. Sometimes D2B, but I understand how difficult darts is. Is that because Gerwyn Price is playing all right, Craig? That's going to be a running joke all season now, isn't it? What is the temperature in the room where the Pro Tour is being played? Great grammar. And Diverbola takes the opener, but the less said about that leg, the better. Peter Wright does lead Leighton Bennett 2-0. Anderson is over the age of 50, yeah. Anderson, Peter Wright, Simon Whitlock, Raymond van Barneveld, Van der Voort's 49, Mervyn King, Steve Beaton, Richie Burnett obviously already is. I think Graham Usher's over the age of 50 now. Mensur Sulovic. I don't think Jose de Souza, I think. Yeah, de Souza's now 50. The one I want to check was him. Andrew Gilding. There's a fair few about. And the thing is, with the changes made as well, I don't think that the players that look like they're about to step off the tour, as Damon Hatter beats Aidan Kirk 6-3, I don't think they're the sort of... I'm not saying anybody so far has been, but I don't think they're the sort of prima donnas that are going to rock up and say, I'm only playing if I get invites, because those days are gone now. James Wade and Gerwyn Price are 12 months apart, I think. Gary Anderson more popular than Barney now, even not necessarily even in the Netherlands, but I think Michael's been so dominant in the Netherlands that's taken the shine off of Barney a little bit, and just the lack of winning from Barney. I want to see you relegated because all you talk about in the chat room is Forest. That would be a shame after all that effort to get back up, but don't sack Steve Cooper. I think Barney is still loved. I think a lot of older generations still connect with Barney. They still appreciate what he was back in the day. But I think there's a lot of people that are, to use me as a measure stick, younger than me, who don't quite get the appeal. But I think there are a lot more people that are in love with Gary Anderson as a dart player. I'm flying solo for now. Bars is on the Super Series in Portsmouth, so he'll be in the rest of the afternoon. Although, judging by the comments we got when he joined yesterday, you'd all prefer it if it stayed solo. I joke. It was all right. Yeah, I just think the things that Gary has produced in the last 10 years to a younger audience make him more adored than what Barney produced, because outside of the world titles, which, let's be honest, I was 12 the last time he won one. Wow, 167 from Mervyn King. Yeah, I was 12 the last time Van Barneveld won a world championship. He's won the World Cup a couple of times with Van Gerwen, a Premier League that was unranked, a Grand Slam before it became ranked. His last ranking title was a Desert Classic. It doesn't even exist anymore. Who invited you, Maliki? You've not been what I thought you were going to be, Els. I'll be completely honest. I'm torn on that one. I appreciate what Barney did, and his switch over changed the game completely. And I appreciate there is an argument that some of the BDO was stronger when he was winning world championships in that organisation. Price beats Menzies 6-3. Both players averaging 105. I said they're in good form. As Gaulas beats Thibaut Tricot 6-5. But for Wadey to have won more ranking titles over a longer period against the likes of Phil Taylor and Van Gerwen and Gary Anderson, all in primes, for me, it's Wadey. It has to be Wade. Wade is the greatest player to have never won a world championship. Easily. Hands down. I'm not a Cowboys fan, Excalibur. I'm a Patriots fan. Don't all shoot me at once. Barry Vampire beats Josh Rock 6-4. Bionic knocks out Rocky. It was Wingate, wasn't it? And I think the fact that happened as well to Wadey against Adrian Lewis is, I think it caused a bit of a block since. I'm not a Chiefs fan. I'm a Patriots fan. And if they're going to suck for the next few years, the team I'm going to enjoy watching the most is the Lions. Because they're a great watch. They are a great watch. How do you get better after trading away DeAndre Swift and Jamal Williams? Doesn't make sense. It depends on your list. Is he, in terms of world titles, Barney is in the top 5 of all time, 100%. I think there's definitely, in the last couple of years, been a new approach to how people take on that question. Because there are so many majors and TV titles around at the moment, there's an argument that longevity and titles within those, whilst the World Championship means a lot, it's not a sport that is heavily dominated by World Championships anymore. Used to be, and that's still part of my argument for why Taylor's better than Van Gerwen, but you can start to discount, not discount world titles, but they're not the be-all and end-all at that point. I think when someone's been so consistent so long over such a long distance, and the way to look at it is a bit like tennis for me. If you think about set play and match players, different courts, Rafa Nadal is the greatest clay court player that's ever lived. Is he the greatest of all time? Well, has he gone and smashed everybody up as much as he's done it on clay? Probably not. And that's the way to look at World Championships for me. As an all-rounder, Wade is a better dart player or been more successful than Barney. But in a set play format, when it means the most, Barney's delivered. So Ryan Searle beats Josh Payne 6-3. Someone said good to see Dave Chisnell winning. It's not over yet. 5-3 now with Aaron Monk. Peter Wright leads Leighton Bennett 5-2. Jamie Hughes is falling up on Danny Janssen. Dirk van Duivenbode leads Jeffrey Sparadans 5-1. Dragged his average up from the 79 it was after that first leg. Ross Smith, Mervyn King currently 4 apiece. Smith wants 50 to take the lead, and he does. Now throw in for the match. Simon Whitlock gets a leg back, but he still trails Michael Smith 4-3. Ian White, Oscar Lakaziak are 1 apiece. Ricardo Petretsko is averaging 103 as he leads Dylan Slevin. On streaming board 3, Rob Cross has just teed up 48 from 102 as he attempts to level the match with Flyers Richard Veenstra. Luke Littler is out. He was beaten by James Wade in round 1. Streaming board 1. All right, Missy, we'll let you off. Did Searle win? He did. I hope. Yeah, he beat Josh Payne 6-3. Only a 90 average for Ryan, but time to build into it. Any 9 darters yet? Not that I've seen, but that doesn't mean there hasn't been one, because that tends to be what happens here. Who do I think wins today? I've gone for Dobie. purely because Gary's board is so chaotic. Which starts with Scott Williams, who has new... They've just released new colours on his darts, and he's back throwing the plain ones. That's the most Scott Williams thing I've ever seen in my life. Gary will be on the... We'll put... Look, despite him being a stream game, we'll put him up as feature. Once this one's over, Ross Smith just left 36, so you're literally going to have missed half of the first leg. Do not fret. Dirk gets over the line against Sparrowdowns. Another good win for Dirk. He's slowly building into his season. Leighton Bennett gets leg back against Peter Wright. George Killington warming up on streaming board 2. Takes on Reese Griffin. The draw for a Players' Championship. So the 32 seeds are seeded into bracket, and then everybody else is randomly allocated through Dark Connect. Do I think Bo Greaves can get over 16 match play titles? The thing is, that's judging somebody so early is such a difficult thing to do. We all expected Van Gerwen to kick on and win 8, 9, 10 world championships. Do I think she has the ability right now, if the level of the women's game doesn't improve? Yes, 100%. Do I think that that will happen? No. I think that what's going on now will inspire a new generation, and in 10 years' time, we'll have another 3, 4, 5 Bo Greaves that can go and compete at that level. And then it becomes more difficult. And then because she's done it for so long, winning becomes more difficult. The motivation to get up and practice becomes more difficult. If she can keep a focus similar to Phil Taylor's and dominate for as long as Phil Taylor, then yeah, 100%. But it's such a ridiculous thing to do. And I think we take what Phil's done for granted sometimes. Jamie Hughes beats Danny Jansen 6-0. Petretsko gets over the line against Slevin 6-2. How on earth did Mervyn King win that last leg? Chizzy must have won. I think he did in the end. He did 6-3 over Aaron Monk. Is Bo Greaves the women's number 1 right now? 100%. She's the best player on the planet. Yeah, but even that will wear off, Kevin. I'm 29, went to uni for 4 years, don't have a degree. What do you think I was doing? But want nothing less than going on the piss recently. So Veenstra beats Rob Cross 6-5. Voltage did force a decider. Then he bust. He left 18, tried to go 10 double 4 and hit the double 10 and was punished by flyers. Yeah, the level of women's darts will improve as it goes along. Everything does. Sport. It will continue to evolve. There'll be new ways of doing things. There'll be new technologies. There'll be different coaching styles. People will take that on board. So Mervyn King beats Ross Smith. How on earth did that happen from the position Ross Smith was in the previous leg? But Smudger is out, as is Danny Noppert, beaten 6-2 by Niels Zonneveld. I promised you this one despite it being on the stream, so just bear in mind that this might be a little bit further ahead if you're watching on PDC TV as well. The World Series Finals, World Cup, and the Masters Majors. The Masters is, the others are not. Oh, the World Series Finals. I think the World Series Finals is borderline. The World Cup, no. I love the World Cup. It's my favourite tournament on the calendar, but it's not a major. Putting board 2 on now. Griffin against Killington. I think Fallon Sherrick's time at the top. Oh, Jotta's out for months. No, I think she's still more. I think she's still right in there as a contender to Bo and the level. I think we've seen levels from Fallon. I think Lisa Ashton is going to gate crash that as well a bit more this year. We've seen that from her at the seniors this week. So yeah. Either Rob Cross has looked at his opponent's score and hit double 10, or he's tried to go 10 double 4 and hit the double wrongly. Noble leg board 2, Peter Wright, Leighton Bennett. Gary Anderson leads Scott Williams 2-1, should be 3-1. It's Ricky Evans and Klassen playing today. Yeah, Yellow Klassen's 0-0 with Daniel Closer right now. Ricky Evans is about to start against Pascal Ruprecht as well. Scott Williams levels at 2 apiece with Gary Anderson. Gary missing 2. The Kazak's a top up, but he's currently 2 apiece of Ian White. The Grenade, Rob Grundy takes on Richie Edhouse on streaming board 3. Joined just in time to see the bull off. Won by Edhouse. Any Americans in the field today? Yeah, Danny Lauby has played. Did Danny Lauby win? It's been a while. America. He lost 6-5 to Christian Perez. Matt Campbell, the Canadian, lost 6-1 to Jeffrey Desvan. And Jules Van Dongen lost 6-4 to Paul Kroner. Yeah, Mike Giusepp's first round loss was brutal. Who wins a TV title this year? Searle, Anderson, or Chisnell? I've got to go Gary. The form is ridiculous. Searle's not done it yet, and Chisnell has a mental block when he gets to those finals. So Littler lost 6-5 to James Wade. Nice 106 out from Reese Griffin to lead George Killington 2-1. There were signs from Rids at the back end of last year that he was finding some of this form, but good run so far this week. Andy Barton's warming up, WDF World Champion. UK Open is an absolute minefield to pick because of the open draw. So I will say fancied Ross Smith, but I'm not sure now. Bunting's form he's been ill the last couple of weeks. Probably shouldn't even be playing, but I'd love to see him back it up. Going price. Keegan Brown has played, and he lost in the first round. I can't remember who to, though. But I remember I was saying back-to-back losses for him. He lost 6-2 to Martin Schindler. And those double-inners are way off. Every time I've looked up, he's been on a finish. And every time I look up, Scott Williams is another leg further ahead. Shaggy leads 4-2. Despite the fact Ando's averaging 102. There's a few qualifiers that'll be interesting to keep an eye on. Kevin Maness is actually in really good form at the moment, but can he go and deliver it at the UK Open? Tom Lonsdale, we've seen him at the Super Series a couple of times. His A game is very, very good. Who else have we seen qualify? Do I recall seeing Thomas Banks on that list? Again? Leonard Gates, can't forget him. Who wins the F1 World Championship? Probably Red Bull. Ronnie is still playing. He got his scorecard back a couple of years ago. Is one of the players that has bemoaned the changes to the Pro Tour. Ash Coleman qualified, yeah. There we go. There's a double for Gary Anderson. Double that he hit to win the World Championship twice. Benes does play seniors. So he played in the very first qualifier in November 21. Actually won it. He won the second event. Howson was the first to qualify. Benes was the second. Then went on to get his tour card, so couldn't play in the World Championship. Same as Richie Burnett, who was there as an invitation. Obviously spent 2 years with a tour card. Fell off the tour last year. Came to Reading for a qualifying weekend for the World Championship just gone. Lost in a final to Richard Ehrig and a semi-final to Matt Clark. So both players going on to actually make it to the World Championships. He also lost in another final. I want a semi-final to Ross Montgomery in one of the open events. And then I believe the weekend that he qualified for the UK Open, he lost in a final on the Saturday and won on the Sunday, which is the same as what Leonard Gates did. So he's been playing a lot of darts, very well recently. He's just got to get over the line a little. Ash Coleman has qualified for the UK Open, yes. That will be a big story. There's a lot of angles for ITV to cover this year, and I just hope they do them justice. Scott Williams goes 5-3. Obviously, Ash Coleman being there, Leonard Gates qualifying. Joe Croft is another, the grandson of the late Ollie Croft. He's a very capable dart player as well. I've seen that firsthand at County and at MODUS. So, yeah. I think there are conversations ongoing else. What's happened to Scott Waite? The beard is weighing him down. No, I joke. I don't know. He's just not been able to produce the level that we've seen from Scott years ago. I mean, if you look back on Scott's BDO career, he wasn't the most dominant of world champions. He didn't go on and smash up open after open after open. Gando fires in a 1-2-2 to get back to within one, but Scott Williams is now thrown to eliminate the Flying Scotsman. So we shall see. Do I think I'd love Hamilton to win one more in a Mercedes before he clears off, but I just can't see it. If your fine for breaching a cost cap is financial, then you're not really being fined at all. And in the first year of changing regulations, overspending, clearly you gain an advantage from that as well. The new technical structure just benefits the way Newey designs cars. So is it the same as last year where PDC put more boards on the stream? Yeah, I believe all 8 boards will be streamed at the UK Open this year. Board 1 on the main stage will be on ITV. Board 2 on PDC TV with full production from Reds. And then boards 3 to 8 will be upstairs in the multi-board room once again. It turns out that area stage 36, or whatever they called it, was actually a temporary structure that they put up through COVID. They are now building and making that a permanent structure, but because of that, they won't put the outer boards in there this year. So, yeah, The boards 3 to 6 will be upstairs in the whiteboard room once again for the first couple of days, and then the entertainment will be there. Gary Anderson is out. Yesterday's finalist, the winner in event 2, beaten in the first round by Scott Williams. 100 average for Scotty, 106 for Gary in defeat. He still looks brilliant when he loses, but a darting, doubling disaster for the Scot. See him exit. Afternoon, Daniel. Hope you're well. As Mbappe, I've not had the Sky Sports notification yet, but I suspect that will come very, very soon. Martin Lukeman is averaging 112, so we're going to drop in on his game. Martin Lukeman. Yes. Where's my Twitter gone? No, not that one. That one. Yeah, so they're going to build a permanent structure, so I presume they're putting a bar in there. What? One through. Jotta's out for months. Lovely. Not. What's your team for tomorrow if all were fit? If everybody's fit, it's a completely different argument. I think we'll go Kelleher, Robbo. I'll probably go Kwanzaa tomorrow. Next to Verd, Trent, McAllister, Zabozlai. Jones out now? Harvey maybe? Diaz. I'd start Gakpo, Salah, but bring Nunez on later. Trent's out, we'll go Bradley then. Is he still out as well? Oh, for Christ's sake. Then we'll go. Is Bajcetic fit yet? Drop him in the hole and move McAllister forward a bit. I love the darts. We won't be saying that for very long. I'll take Hendo actually. Gavin Birch is solid. I'd push Maka on a bit though. I want to try and give Bajcetic a chance to get inside. Who were the call? Was there any call-ups today? Connor Scott was out. Richie Burnett in. Jota's out for months, mate, so he's not in the conversation, is he? If he's fit, then I'll play him. Yeah, so Reds is board 2, and then upstairs will host 3 to 8. It's a second different delivery service that have rocked up outside, and neither of them are the ones bringing me my darts. But I have the block button, ASG. You don't. So you have to come in here with your tail between your legs when you get bashed up. Pascal Reprecht beats Ricky Evans. 6-3. I have these come in, the Target HEMA 03s. I've been looking for a scallop in a dart that is as far back as I can get, and this is the only alternative. So I want something to push with my thumb, and if you get a scallop that's at the back, by the time you push off the front of it, you're halfway down the barrel. So yeah, I've bit the bullet. I've been looking for a set for ages, like secondhand, because they're not the cheapest in the world. But I worked with Jared Cole the other week in Portsmouth, and he's back to throwing his. So I had a cheeky throw of his. Admittedly, he had like 40mm points in, which aren't for me. But yeah, I had a chuck and I liked him. So as Anderson played Scott Williams, he beats Gary Anderson. Scott Williams beat him. As Roby John Rodriguez has just done to Radek Sagansky. When's originally just a couple of weeks out, but yeah, Allison and Trent both out for a couple of weeks. Allison had the flu, went back to training and was injured. I hate a lot of our fan base. I think they're all morons. If we're crap, I'll say we're crap. I've not thrown. Unsurprisingly, if you search Target, everything that comes up is Luke Littler. Sinks. I've got a set of the sinks that I got cheap on eBay, which have Swiss point in, but I've never tinkered about with those points. Yeah, excited to make the move. Luton could be a banana skin, but if you're going to win titles, it's about being able to rotate, use all your squad, keep going on all fronts. On a side note, I throw a high dart. Any suggestion to the setup? What do you mean by high dart? Danny Van Tripp beats Jurgen van der Velde 6-3, meaning the games you can see on screen. Well, this is it for the first round, by the way. There are some second round games underway. Van der Bohade takes the opener against Paul Krohn and Pujar against Rafferty underway. Stop fishing, love the darts. Silly boy. Or girl. You never actually stated what you are. I'm not a puppet, I'm a real boy. I'll sometimes hit the double tops and start towards the top of the 20 bed. That's your release then, more than anything. That's not necessarily the dart. Reese Griffin beats George Killington 6-5. I think that means you're releasing a bit early. No, none of us did win the Phil Taylor Target Gen 10 competition, although they did announce that there's going to be one set unclaimed, so there's another giveaway coming today. So keep an eye out on their socials. Would have loved those, can't I? Reese Griffin just beat George Killington. That was on the stream. I said that one a minute ago. What are your thoughts on the Love Fest on Ashley Coleman? Look, I think to do what Ashley has done is ridiculous. To go from a Super League player or whatever level you want to say to Challenge Tour with the attention on him that he's had, and then continue to perform at levels that we've seen on stream. All right, I don't sit and watch the entirety. I will catch the odd clip or highlight to hit a streamed 9 data against someone or whatever else. That level is ridiculous. He deserves a professional deal with a manufacturer, rightly so. That's going to bring eyes on the product. Like we said earlier about the Super Series, should get invited to that at some point. Robert Owens changes darts. They're landing a bit flatter. And to do that with the pressure of quite a large fan base on a YouTube channel is very good from him. I think it helps the sort of character that Ash appears to be. He's not the sort of outgoing, brash individual that's going to rock up and tell everybody how amazing he is. He seems quite humble, quite content with just going about his business. He's happy to be on the streams and have a bit of fun and get some practicing in that way. But there are worse places to be in darts than being Ashley Coleman right now. I've thrown a lighter dart and seem to think a little better. I throw quite hard, which I think is a problem. It's a consistent. You're a golfer, you know full well that the takeaway and the swing should be similar or at a nice cadence and pace. Like, there are certain things you can apply to both. I think heavier, if you release earlier, will go higher. So, yeah. I'm saying nothing in that regard, Jade. If you were watching yesterday, I can't remember if it was a stream or the evening, I definitely made a comment about that news channel. But yeah, Daniel Closer beats Jelle Klassen 6-5. Not been the best return to the Pro Tour for Jelle Klassen as Martin Lukman wins 6-4. That was our featured game. We'll pick on to a second round game. Should we go? First person to comment, one of the 5 in there. Barney alarm? Where? Your chances of winning the raffle is slim, love the darts. Got Smith nil now. Is that going to be streamed? Aspinall Hempel is going to be on streaming board 2 for you. Willie Ball and Robert Owen is on streaming board 1. As Rob Owen goes 3 top. I'm convinced he's changed his dart. They're not lying down anywhere near as much, unless it's the flight. Has he changed to an all-in-one flight and stem? Is that why they're landing a bit flatter for him rather than as dramatically down as they do? Then again, that first one's blocked it. But interesting move from Rob Owen. Can you get Asp on? Asp is going to be streamed. We try and avoid that. I know we put Gary up there, and I know we put Luke up there, but Asp is on streaming board 2. I don't know, Kevin. I didn't see him. I'll be honest, I didn't watch much of the broadcast. I was more busy focusing on what was going on in the room. Keegan Brown has played. He lost in the first round. Luke Littler has commented on social media after losing to James Wade, going, Xbox all day it is then. Who's a player I like but don't really know why I like them? Merv? I love a bit of Merv. Wade beat Luke Littler in the first round, Foxy Tube. He's on next. We'll see that one shortly. Andy Bartons has just beaten Adam Hunt 6-5. Borland and Rob Owen has gone 3 apiece. Whilst Nick Kenny leads Callum Goffin 5-2. The less said about that one, the better, probably. Rob Grundy, Rich Jedhouse is still going on streaming board 3. That might explain why we're waiting for a few of these games. We know Barney is getting ready to take on Adam Smith-Neal. That might be on one of these streaming boards. Wade again. And a few other of the seeded players might be ready to go back onto these boards. Aspinall leads Hempel. Hughes, I find Hughes such a tough watch. Nice guy, but he's just, yeah. Yeah, really, Foxy. He beat Littler first round. And don't our analytics know it? Darts ranking Schmidt the 65th position in the tour card race. Yellow has beaten and announced his retirement already. Yeah, good point. Asp is about to play in the second round. He hasn't started yet. He'll take on Florian Hempel. I tell you what Darts ranking should do. They should cover the seniors rankings list so that I don't have to. We've got some work to do later tonight. That reminds me, I might be playing tonight, but I've not actually signed on for my team yet. Yo. Speaking of Chris Mason, that might be my new home venue. Robert Owen leads Willie Borland 4-3. Ivanhoe now leads Lee Evans 3-0. A few more games have just burst into life, none of which ones in which I need to press a button. There will be no more Luke the Nuke alarm, but we will see the Barney. In fact, I'm going to play it now. Why not? As Kyvenhoven takes out a 167. This is not going to plan for Lee Evans. Dart missed by Robert Owen for a 5-3 lead. And instead, Borland levels up at 4 apiece. Woodhouse leads Vainig 3-1. Wessel Nyman leads Dimitri van den Berg 1-0, 15 dart leg. Need a Wade whistle. Yeah, woo. Van Veen leads Matt Dennett 2-1. He's averaging 100 right now, as is Kyvenhoven in this streamed game. Featured game. Barney underway. Rising up. There's a big block of games not underway between board 2, 3, and 4. Borland's on, I guess. Board 7 million new one. And as I say that, they start warming up. Van der Waal against Stephen Burton, Ryan Joyce against Raymond Mena. Nathan Aspinall in his all red shirt is taking on Florian Hempel in his Candy Mania shirt, is the best way to describe it. Josh Rock has played. He lost 6-3 to Barry Vampire. So the theme weeks are standalone, Lee. They're not part of the series. Series 7 starts next week and will run a full 13 weeks that it normally does, and then there might be a couple more themed weeks at the end of it. The idea is to try and move Champions Weeks so that they don't clash with significant events elsewhere, or so that the break at Christmas comes after a Champions Week. So obviously this year we broke after week 5, returned after Christmas for week 6 after a 2-week gap, or avoid things like Q School. So we'll have a block, then we'll do a couple of themed weeks and what have you. So I know of at least one more that is in the works. Ball and game, Owens 5-4 up. It's just been a slow board. Who else was on 3? So that is the Wade board. So that was 6-5 Wade's game, 6-5 Gowlas Treacle, 6-4 Scott Williams, Gary Anderson, and now 5-4 Rob Owen, Willie Ball, and they've just been long games in each of them. No, not 12 theme weeks. No. I'd love a content creators week, but there are some difficulties in getting the theme weeks off the ground. Obviously, there's got to be, without hiding anything, there's got to be significant markets that can be had to go on. The standards got to be watchable. You can't have anything too dominant, I guess, or anything too far off the pace either. And it's got to fit into a session. Doesn't necessarily have as many time constraints at the moment, but looking ahead, yeah. What is Barney doing? 2-0 down to Adam Smith now. He's averaging 103. That's on streaming board 4 for you. Barney returned to the streaming board, who they once again have one fixed camera, are aware that Barney stands incredibly far to the right and haven't zoomed out of said camera. Adam Smith Neal is framing up to the left of your centre of the picture. And Barney's even further across. On the opposite board, Ryan Joy stands the opposite side. Mental. Did Van Gerwen play today? Yeah, he did. He'll play again soon. Did he? Did we miss Van Gerwen's game? Bunting has played. Bunting lost 6-3 to Jitse van der Waal. He's really not very well at the moment. Probably shouldn't be there at all. Van Gerwen beat Dom Taylor 6-2, 103 average. We sort of glossed over that one. That was a streaming board game as well, but good performance from him. Streaming board 1, what a game we have in store on that one. Chris Dobie will take on Callum Ridds. Live on the same bloody street. Oh my God, Adam, do you want any more information? Who is Price, MVG, Van Dyvenberg, Zonneveld, and Michael Smith playing? Holy moly, mate. Come on now. At that point, you might as well load up Dark Connect yourself. Who are we looking for there? No. Van Dyvenberg will take on Daniel Closer. Van Gerwen will play Graham Hall. Neil Zonneveld will take on Roby John Rodriguez. And Gerwin Price will take on Reese Griffin. Michael Smith was the other one. He'll play Andy Bartons. Great success. All good, Adam. I'm only messing about anyway. It's my job to keep you up to date. Reed should be exempt from the November. Mark McGinney tried to qualify. He was at all 3 weekends, I think. Just didn't get over the line. Can we get the Asp on screen? Asp is 2 apiece, but he is streamed. That's all Red Dobie. Yeah. Why not? Barney brought it back. He's now 3-2 up on Adam Smith now, averaging 104. Get the arms out. That's Halpai Puha. Is he the first into the last 32? No, Gian Van Veen is already there after a 6-1 win over Matthew Dennett. Mario van der Bohada beat Paul Kroner 6-2. Jim Williams might join them shortly. He's 5-1 up on Jeffrey de Zwaan. No word as yet on Jenkins and Jiwa. Not necessarily punishment. They got to be found guilty first, if they are to be punished. Did Suter give up being a fireman? No, he still works full time. He actually said that the change in midweek, he's one of the players that's going to benefit from it, because when he wants swaps of shifts, we can go and play darts. It's a lot easier to go and swap off a weekday shift and end up on a weekend. So previously it was the other way around. Obviously, he's asking people to give up their weekend so that he can go and play darts. But it's flipped now. Mark McGeaney walks on to Metalingus, doesn't he? Oh, I knew we'd find a way to get wrestling on this bloody stream somehow. Phil Bars will be with us shortly. He is home from Portsmouth, but he does have a quick meeting to attend. It was either me or him, and I thought I'll save you all from him going solo. So he'll join me once done, because either that or send him in on his own, and then I go to the meeting. So great success. Aspinall levels up at 3 apiece with Florian Hempel. Stephen Burton leads Jitsa van der Waal 3-1. He had a decent run yesterday. I'll be honest, Kevin, none of that means anything to me. I'll have a go on the National, but that's about it. Oh, Hempel misses double 5 for 90. Visit from the former handball star, though. Elsewhere, Perez trails Schindler 3-2. Schindler averaging 100. Barney still averaging 104. Leads Smith nil 5-2. He's on absolute. Maybe he heard us talking about him earlier not being as good as James Wade. James Wade 0-0 of Adam Gaulas. Do not expect that one to be over very quickly. Steve Lennon leads Matters Rasma 5-2. Chris Doby is leading the Battle of Bedlington 2-0. Afternoon, Si. I think I just said that, but we'll go again. There you are, mate. Good to see you the other week. Even better that my boys Derbyshire rolled into Oxford and did a job. 6 legs in a row for Barney as he completes the job. We'll see Ed House Veenstra next. Where would Wes Newton's niner at Blackpool rank in your greatest TV nines? I'll be honest, it's one that you don't recall very often. What was the score when he hit it? I'll be honest, at 5-5 in a first to 13, not very high. It's good. Look, any 9-dar is good. But in terms like Borland is right up there to win a match at the World Championships. Yeah. Jim Williams beat Sheffield Isvan 6-3. Kevin, are you an Oxford boy? Dobie Lee Drid's 3-zip. I'm not cursed anymore. Yeah, well, don't say that because this is where it turns around. Newbury. Oh, cool. No wonder you're keen on the racing then. Dolan 5 for up on Alan Suter. Mickey Mansell takes the opener against Mervyn King. Aspinall not playing great. Yeah, and it was you lot that insisted he goes up on the screen. I take no blame for this. Behave. Are you... Lee Evans was 5-1 down, and you lot told me to put Asp on because Kyvenhoven was absolutely flying. Let's watch a decider of that one because it's still up. Rasma gets another back against Steve Lennon. 5-4 he trails. I said it wouldn't be pretty, or I wouldn't be over very quickly. James Wade leads Adam Gowlas 2-0. Both players are averaging 69. It happens. Luke Littler will be playing FIFA right now, seeing that result, and be livid. Ryan Searle, 2 apiece of Chris Lamb, Searle averaging a ton, of course. This takes some doing from Kyvenhoven, by the way. Your opponent battles all the way back. Everything's with them. The tension, the nerves. They're on an absolute free roll, and then you produce a leg like this on the darts. A couple more of them coming up, isn't there, Simon? Not Bristol, Liverpool way, maybe. I want to say Swansea as well. Swansea goes in 2 for Kyvenhoven. After being 5-1 up, he gets over the line 6-5. Dimitri van den Berg is out. He's beaten by Wessel Nyman 6-3. Jermaine Motamena completes the job on Ryan Joyce. That's just gone red. Does this go? No, the 134 didn't go, so it must be the following visit. But the machine gun, Downs relentless. Chris Dobie just dropped a leg to Callum Riggs. Dobie now leads 4-1 with a fire new trim. beaten in that one. Kiel next Friday. Oh, double day. Decent. Steve Lennon progresses to the last 32 after a 6-4 win over MODUS Rasma, and Stephen Burton has beaten Jitse van der Waal 6-2. Just 84, played 76 in that one. Oscar Lakaziak making the most of this call-up. He's 2-0 up on Damon Hector as Ryan Searle levels up with Chris Lamman once again. He's 20 points up in the averages, but they are locked in at 3-3. A 1-2-3 from Nathan Aspinall to stay alive. He's back to within 1. But Hempel has the darts to see off the Asp. Big names warming up. Peter Wright, Johnny Clayton, Dirk van Dijvenbode, Neil Zonneveld, Gerwin Price, Barry Van Peer, all about to get underway. It's only 3 o'clock and I'm yawning. Toby goes 5 on it. It is Bedlington, isn't it? I didn't make that up. I said that a minute ago and then panicked that it was the wrong part of. My God. Yeah, it's Bedlington. I thought it was. Joyce lives near them as well, I think. Wade Garlis now 2-1. They've both dragged their averages up to mid-70s. Great success. Joyce is Newcastle. Close enough. It's all north to me. Chris Dobie does defeat Callum Riggs 6-1. And as you all said, the Bedlington bragging rights go to Hollywood. Florian Hempel has KO'd Nathan Aspinall. The Asp just cannot get anything going right now, can he? Beaten by the German. No, you cannot get a commercially viable, you cheeky sod. Dave Chesnut. Ryan Searle can win again today. He's flying at the moment. Looks solid. I am no company man, let's be honest. Big result for Perez indeed. Welsh Derby, yeah, Gerwin Price against Reece Griffin. We've already seen one of those today. Johnny Clayton beating Richie Burnett. Don't worry about pedantics like that, Rob. They're the same place. I don't live there. It's like Solihull and Birmingham. Solihull is Birmingham, right? But people from Solihull don't want to admit they're from Birmingham, so say they're from Solihull. Like, it'll take you an ages to walk from the centre of Solihull to the centre of Birmingham, but you're still the same place to me. Afternoon, Coco. Who do you mean by Chrissy? That could be anyone. Do I think the constant regripping could become a big issue for the as he gets older? Potentially. The best players in the world at this game all have fluidity in common, and Asper's just struggling for that right now. I think that's why Jamie Hughes is so indifferent, as he's about to take on Johnny Clayton. Like, the problem with the constant regripping is every single dart becomes, I don't know what the word is now, a new action, right? Players that throw in rhythm will throw all three darts as one action. It's just constant. Players that stop or have a big pause in their throw, every dart becomes an individual moment, and they're harder to replicate. Chizzy, Chisnell's on screen right now. He's 3-0 up on Pascal Ruprecht. Who would the modern day El Clasico of darts be? I mean, Phil still insists it's Gary versus MVG. I think there's a conversation that it's MVG Price at the moment. But it can't be too far off being a Luke. And the problem with El Clasico is you only see it a couple of times a season, then maybe in a final. Whatever we're going to see now is going to be about 40 million times a year. See, Barney v. Taylor, right? Again, this is a bit that goes on to that conversation about that Wade versus Barney earlier. That rivalry was incredibly one-sided. When Barney first made the switch, he did make the waves, right? He won the UK Open. He then beats Phil at the Circus Tavern. I think he beat him in one of the final the year after, right? After that, the head-to-head in that battle is so incredibly biased and favourable to Phil Taylor. It is ridiculous. And yet we talk about it as a great rivalry and whatever. It wasn't. They fell out a couple of times. Phil didn't like the way he shook his hand or whatever, did he, in one of those games? And he did beat him in those 3 matches, like I just said. But other than that, for something that was dragged out for 15 years or so, and is still sold at exhibitions today. But it was special because they only played each other 3-4 times a year. So when they did, there was talking points of, well, they played in 07, and the last time they met, Phil didn't like the way they shook hands at the end or whatever. So there was always that to come back. This time, you'd forget about it 4 times. Let's be honest. Gary Anderson versus Gerwyn Price would still be a big talking point if they only met 3 times a year. It's not anymore. Afternoon, Jamie. It's all right. You're here now. Price is 1-1 right now. And Van Gerwen is going to play again too. Van Gerwen is 1-0 down to Graham Hall. So I'm not sure who you mean why. Hi, guys. Why Gerwen don't play. He's playing again now. Both of them are. Is Pikachu still about? Yeah, he played earlier. Who did Petretsko play? Pikachu. My missus is in China at the minute. She just bought back a load of Pokemon cards, so that's going to be my new thing. We promised ourselves we wouldn't get into Pokemon cards because it's a downward spiral in terms of cost and collecting, but here we are. Petretsko won 6-2 against Dylan Slevin, so he'll play again soon. Who invited him?
Howdy, everyone. How are we all?
He's warming up, yeah. Take on Danny Van Tripp. The Barney switch did signal the intent of the started the downturn, yeah. There's still an incredible amount of mismanagement that happened after Barney left the BDO.
100%. Look, don't get me wrong. I don't like Des Jacklin, but it wasn't all his fault.
Oh, no. You can go back to before Sue Williams if you really want.
100%. Don't get me wrong. He put the nails in the coffin.
It's people that are still hanging around on social media criticising and wanting to be back involved. You started the downturn, mate.
Is he to do with the English darts and has rather a lot to say on anything and everything that doesn't concern him?
Without ever saying anything of note, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. How are we all in the chat room? I saw a very good performance from Scott Williams today.
Yeah, 101, 102 in the end to beat Gary Anderson. I mean, Gary's average 106, lost 6-4. I think he was 4 from mid-teens on the doubles. It wasn't pretty, and he still averaged 106.
Yeah.
But yeah, good job by Scotty Williams. We've seen a comfortable performance from Van Gerwen, 6-2 win, 103 average over Scott Taylor. James Wade hangs on to beat Luke Littler in round 1.
Yeah, I saw Luke's Facebook reply was hilarious.
Yeah. Oh, well, Xbox it is. Obviously, he's got to stick around for the Euro Tour qualifiers tomorrow.
I was a fan of that, though.
Johnny Clayton, 101 average in a 6-3, 6-4 win over Richie Burnett earlier. Now leads Jamie Hughes 3-0. He's averaging 96. He's in a... What? Why is Johnny wearing blue?
I was about to say, I've got it up.
No. What is that? Jonathan, I'm gonna have words with him.
I'm a fan of the blue one.
It's better than the green. Do you know what? Do you know what happened this weekend? And it worked, by the way.
Go on.
I may have spoken to Mr. Henderson's partner, Veronica, and said, don't you dare put him in green again, because it looks ridiculous. And then he wore blue and black for the rest of the weekend and won the title. So I'm claiming it. That green is horrible. Sorry, Hendo.
Yeah, but because of who he supports, I get it.
Don't care. Standing in the Hall of Fame.
Did you? I don't suppose you didn't see it in the Super Series. Kevin Payne, I love him to bits, but so he's warming up for his last game. You know, when we go to the stage,
yeah.
Obviously, he's come round and he can see Mace in the studio where it is, and he's looked up, given it the Jack next door afterwards, and where he is on the thing. I can't cut to any other camera because he's in it shot of everyone. You know, one of those ones where you've literally got nowhere to go. Yeah,
I mean the Bell's a lovely venue. Maybe he wants a Coke to cool off. To a piece between Van Gerwen and Graham Hall.
Yeah. How are we doing, Sam? Hope you are good. All good to have you in the chat room. Hi, Anthony. Hope you are good, mate. Good to be here for the conclusion of Players' Championship 4. Hello, Dirk Van Dijvenbode.
Yes.
Dirk is back. The Ober Genius is ready.
Did Barney play at the Masters? No.
I can't remember. We didn't. If he did, he lost because I didn't interview him. I don't think he did.
No, it's top 24 and he's 29. No.
Yeah, so I didn't. I know. I definitely know I didn't interview him. Oscar Lukasiak 4-all with Damon Heta. I haven't watched all of Raw because I was knackered last night, so I'm going to watch it after the stream.
Spoil it for him.
Oh, I've seen the the world we live in. It's hard. It's impossible to get away with not seeing stuff. Ryan Searle's been incredible. Yeah, Ryan Searle is incredible. Meant to ask you guys, see the footage they were uploading on one of the players warming up on Saturday. Was that the only practice? No, it's a big room, Lee. It's just the angle. There's 2 practice boards in there, but it's a big room.
Yeah.
How we doing, Luke? I'm all good. Love that, Laura. Love that. Good work, John.
Good.
Whilst I was setting up, I caught the end of Florian Hempel and Nathan Aspinall. Aspinall looks like he's fighting demons at the moment.
Yeah, he just can't get going at all.
Yeah. Peter Wright, 3-2 up on Nick Kenny. Michael Smith was just putting in a little spurt and he's in front against Andy Bartons. MVG averaging 107 right now. He's got a long time in the UK as well. Obviously arrived Sunday, playing yesterday and today, Thursday, Saturday and Thursday, Friday and Saturday.
Well, Lukasiak led that 2-0, but he's just been beaten 6-4 by Damon Heta.
How are we doing, Love Darts? Hope you are good. Stephen, great to see Dirk throwing well again. Darts is in a better place when Dirk is throwing well. I don't know. Did Josh Rock go out early, Gob?
Yeah, 6-3 to Barry Van Peer. Graham Hall was 5. No, Lee Evans was 5-1 down as our featured game. Someone asked me to put Nathan Aspinall on because it looked like it was going pretty simple against Mike Kyvenhoven. He then fights back to 5 each. We put him back as a feature game and he loses the decider in 15 darts. Sorry, pal.
Our fault.
This one away. Oh. 12 dart leg from Van Gerwen, and he is just one away from the last 32. Yozza. 4-2 down to the Ferret.
Martin Lukeman has just leveled it up with Christoph Fatsaiski, 5 apiece.
Wade for the seniors. Wade the same age as Gerwin Price, mate.
MVG, 1 away.
Ish. Who else is similar in that age? So James Wade is 40, Adrian Lewis is 39, and Gerwin Price is 38. Van Gerwen is a year older than Rob Cross.
Neil Zonoval has beaten Roby John Rodriguez, Gerwin Price in front against Reece Griffin.
Oh, big finish from Graham Hall.
108.
I do listen to you. I just choose to then ignore you love the darts. Forrest then winning shit.
Forest are shit.
Ratajski beats Martin Lukeman, who averaged 102 in a 6-5 loss. That'll hurt. Who's Shindy got next? Ayo, 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 ayo. Did he win? Shindy's out. He lost 6-3 to Perez. Will Merv King be offered an invite to next year's World Seniors World Championship, assuming he drops off, which I think he will? I mean, look, they've kept 4 invitations back on the basis that players are going to drop off the pro ranks next year. So there's a good chance he might be one of those. None of them have been officially announced. I think the fact they've put Steve Beaton in front of a TV camera over the weekend and he said he's joining the Seniors Tour suggests that he might well be one of those. But yeah, none of them have been announced in any way, shape, or form. So you'd expect Merv to keep playing in some capacity. Do you think Van Barneveld will make it in the match play and dudes? Let's get darts rankings up. If in doubt, darts rankings. Where is Barney? Oh, he's just outside at the minute, isn't he? 750 behind it. I mean, he might well be in that green if he wins his next match. Do I think he'll outlast the likes of Dolan, Woodhouse, Dukes? Maybe. I think you've got to be aware of a certain number 25 in that order merit jumping in as well. Menzies is playing well. I mean, it's tough. Ridge is playing really well. Woodhouse is steady. You don't really see Wadey dropping off from that list. Gilding might be a bit too far. That race to the match play is going to be massive, by the way. As Van Gerwen beats Graham Hall. Let's catch. There's not really a lot of choice here, is there? Let's see the deciding leg. If it's not already over. Game chart. There we go. Going Price beats Reeds Griffin. Does Peter Wright do the same as we tune in? Soccer Saturday, this, isn't it? I don't know, Jeff. Phil is muted, yeah. I think he blew his nose.
Yeah, I did.
Good effort. What do you think Sol needs to do to improve his TV game? Yeah, he's literally just got to get on TV more.
Yeah, just needs to play.
Yeah. Afternoon, Rob. I'm very well, thank you. Oh, yeah, Peter Wright does win. Some Scott Williams against Rob Owen. I don't think he's back on stream yet because he was earlier. Both of these were, but Rob Owen seems to have gone for a molded flight and stem, and they're not. Look, they're still sitting flat, but they're not sitting as angled in downwards as they were, and I think it will suit him a bit more.
Yeah. Afternoon, Rob. I hope you are good. Yes, they both have been invited in the past. One obviously recently. The other one was invited last year but couldn't make it fit.
Well, only one of them was available to make it last year. So.
It's getting there. Stream games are up on board 1 and 2 next. And we hope I boo-wow against Dave Chisnell. And Dobie MVG should be decent.
Scott Williams is literally on the screen, mate. He beat Gary Anderson earlier.
Played very well. Ryan Searle's issue has always been he doesn't like travelling, doesn't like spending time away from his family. But to succeed at the highest level. It's something that you have to do. Interesting job. Just looked, or just noticed, you may have touched on it earlier. If Ryan Searle was to go back-to-back today, he'd go back into the top 16.
Of the world?
Yes.
Interesting.
He would leapfrog Bunting and Ross Smith.
I didn't touch on that earlier. But interesting.
Since winning the UK Open, Andrew Gilden's had an absolute mare, isn't he?
Yes. Did we expect any different, though?
No.
I don't mean that disrespectfully, but did anybody see Gilden pushing on to be a world number 8 or better?
No, I didn't.
DVD is back. Who's he beaten now? 6 on whenever Daniel Close. 105 average. Dirk's fixed his shoulder.
Go on, Dirky boy.
Last 32 action about to begin at Players' Championship 4. The following 4 matches are coming up live on PDC TV. On board 1, Halpai Puha versus Dave Chisnell. On board 2, Chris Dobie against Michael Van Gerwen. Stream 3, Mario van der Bohada against Ryan Searle. And on stream 4, Wessel Nyman against Gerwin Price.
Tidy. Wessel played well earlier.
Mm-hmm.
I love Callan's Facebook post. Always hated Dobie me, laughy face.
Yeah.
Fan of that. Cheers, Nails. Thank you very much.
Thought they were solid. I was a little bit disappointed overall, I think. I think we expected a bit more of a kick on of standard, maybe see that ton plus breached a couple of times. It seemed like a lot of the players struggled up there a little bit, but yeah, I thought Hendo played really well, carries himself really well. He's never going to say the wrong thing as a champion. Just from a senior's point of view, just hope he's back.
Yeah. I've gone Humphreys Thursday. How are we doing, Scamp? Hope you are good.
Fine art is required and in. I've gone Price on Thursday.
Yeah, I've got Humphreys.
Your prediction league is not going very well. You didn't even put any predictions in last week.
It's because I did it on the stream and then forgot to post them in the group.
All right, you can go back and find them on the stream and let me know what they are. But I ain't doing it for you. If they're not in before this week, I ain't doing it.
Yeah, no, I did. I said them on the stream, but I forgot to post them in the group.
Shocking. I do need to put in.
Yeah, Robert, the cold's getting there, mate. I'm almost there. Luke's just wants some time at home. He's hardly had any. He's spending some time with Kaylee and the kids, just enjoying it. Christoph Ratajski, one up on Jim Williams.
We've got three more lined up.
What's that?
Live Lounge Lives.
Yeah. One on the 6th of July, I think it is.
There shouldn't be any think about that. I need to know. Yeah, 6th of July. It's in my calendar. There we go.
Yeah.
The week after the World Cup of Darts. What a time to be alive! Yes!
And the week before the match play.
Indeed. Looks like you're going to be a bit busy then, mate. So I think you should send me to America.
Speaking of America.
Because then you can go to the Nordic the week after. And then we've got Poland and European darts in Leverkusen the week after that. And then the World Cup. So you might as well do a German double. I'll go from North America to Poland. And you can go from Nordic home for a week and then German double. Sounds about right.
Potentially, there is going to be a Live Lounge Live from America on the 29th, but it will be more US time with the CDC boys.
So you are taking me then. OnlyFans, Darren. I'm joking. We have a website. We work with partners who will sponsor our coverage, i.e. BetMGM for the duration of the Premier League. We work with Paddy Power for the World Championships. And we generate ads from YouTube. We're not massive, but that's why all the likes and stuff that you guys give us help us out massively. We don't charge for any of this content. There's no subscription model as yet. We've looked into things. You can put a subscription model on your YouTube, or we could have moved to another platform where you pay to stream or whatever, but we're content with where we are. We just need you guys to keep supporting.
Absolutely. There's a whole host of games now underway. Burton against Wright. Raymond van Barneveld takes a scrappy opener against Veenstra. Luke Woodhouse, one up on Damon Hetta. Ratajski in front against Jim Williams. Zonneveld, two up on Kyverhoven. Van Veen, 3-0 up on Mickey Mansell. I couldn't care less if Forrest stay up or not. Don't care, yes or no. Is the honest answer? Scampy, thank you very much, buddy. Massively appreciate it. How we doing, Warren? Hope you are good. How we doing, Neil? Yeah, all good, mate. All good. And hey, do you think Peter Wright is he coming back to form? Look, he's winning games at the moment, which is a good thing because that breeds confidence.
Yes. You got to do what you got to do to make a living, David. I never said what we did on there either. It's your filthy mind, not ours. We could sell some merch, but that would involve Phil getting it over the line 3 years ago when we suggested it.
Right. The issue we've got with merch is trying to find someone that we don't have to buy mass quantities for. Yeah. That's the issue because we haven't got anywhere to store it, X, Y, and Z. So if anyone knows that will do almost like a virtual shop for us, then we're happy to do it. But we haven't got the capacity to store a load of stock is the issue.
Yeah.
Unpopular opinion, Van Veen could be better than Littler in the long term. It's not an unpopular opinion. It's an opinion that could happen. Gian is a superb player.
I'm more concerned with Gian's action than I do Littler, though.
Oh yeah, I agree. Look, there are concerns around the action, but he was better than Luke on the Dev Tour last year.
Yeah.
So, well, why not? AS Gold, thank you very much. Massively appreciate that, mate.
Cheers, bro.
Thank you.
Then you're a Chelsea scumbag, but you can't all be perfect.
Yeah, I asked them, Scout. They don't do like a virtual shop, unfortunately. How are we doing, Matador? Hope you're good, mate. Oh, there's a rumor. Oh, that's a horrible thought in my head now. Oh, please.
It's not quite as exotic as someone else's that's on the women's series. Just put it that way. Too far at 10 to 4 in the afternoon? Too far?
Oh.
Or is that just kept for their personal collection? Peter Wright leads Stephen Burton 2-0. Johnny Clayton won a piece of Jermaine Motamania. These are all last 32 games. Rob Owen and Scott Williams is still a last 64 game. Reminder, that was on the Littler board. Scott Williams already beaten Gary Anderson. But all the matches have just gone close on that one. Perez Petretsko warming up as well. Jim Williams leads with Tyski 3-2, averaging 105. Selge has taken the opener against Van den Boharder in 14 darts. Van Veen, 106 average right now as he leads Mickey Mansell 5-0. Squarespace offer you a website and domain, but then you have to still build in a supplier to do a virtual shop that will connect to a website and then ship straight from them. It's about linking two different aspects. We have a website that will allow logins, plugins, and a shop, an e-commerce part of it, but it's finding someone else where that will immediately go to a supplier who will send out merchandise on our behalf. It's about them manufacturing it, producing it, and sending it out from there without holding a massive amount of stock. So
if anyone knows of anyone that can do that, let us know because happy to do it.
But like you said, the cost of doing it that way is more expensive because you can't mass produce or bulk buy.
Yeah.
And we all know that mass production equals lower costs.
Yes, I do support Tottenham.
And then you're going to sit there asking us, is it really worth 20-something pounds for a T-shirt?
Boards 3 and 4 are really irritating me because I found, like, you said they're always out on the player profile.
Yeah.
They're not manned, they're static. That's why where boards 1 and 2 are.
Yeah, I know. But even if they've got one person across both, right, it's just mad. Barney stands out far across as well and is quite tall. It seems to be if you're over 6 foot and stand anywhere off centre, the cameras have no chance of getting you. It is like they've set the zooms up the wrong way around. Why are we still looking at surrounds?
Pass.
Phil Taylor.
Luke Woodhouse 4-1 up on Damon Heta. Well, Robert Owen on our feature game is 1 away from beating Scotty Williams. The maverick that is Williams had a superb performance to beat Gary Anderson, but not backing up here. Johnny Clayton 3-2 up on Jermaine Watamina, averaging nearly 104 gob, as Jim Williams absolute batters Christoph Ratajski, averaging 109.
Solid.
Yeah. Chris Dobie is flying against MVG. MVG averaging 78. Remember, everyone, drop us a like and subscribe. Massively appreciate all your support.
Five, Scotty.
Peter Wright 4-0 up. Only averaging 81, but again, winning games at the moment. Dirk van Dijvenbode is averaging over a ton again. As Chris Dobie is now 3-0 up on Michael van Gerwen.
A max from Rob Owen. Go on. Oh, boo! Boo! No 9 yet today, or if there is, we haven't seen it. Johnny Clayton over the 100 mark again, as is Van Veen, who finishes a 6-1 victory against Mickey Mansell. Are the pros going 3 days a week once the Prem is done? What do you mean? Big visit from Scotty Williams. Back to back. As Rob Owen went trebleless in his last. It was all in his hands as well after that 180 to open. You'd expect Scott Williams to wrap up the match from here. Niels Zonneveld is close to wrapping up the match against Mike Kivenhoven. He leads 5-2 as Williams does exactly that. 13 dart leg for him. Watermania gets another back against Clayton. Now just a 4-3 lead. Going Price leads Wessel Nyman 3-0. That's on streaming board 4 if you want to watch darts go in the board from home, basically, because you're that far away from it, or players not being able to see them. That should go to. Van Veen and Williams are the first two into the last 16 then. Scott Williams got another game to go now before he gets to that level. He'll take on Adam Gow. That's nice and quick, of course. Peter Wright is 4-0 up on Stephen Burton. Van Barneveld is into the last 16. He beats Richard Veenstra 6-1. So we'll hear the Barney alarm once again. Unfortunately, Luke Littler is out for the day. He was beaten 6-5 by James Wade in the very first game earlier on. Luke Woodhouse leads Damon Hetta 4-2. The Shed is looking pretty good once again.
Yeah, I tell you what else is looking good. Chris Dobie, 4-0 up, averaging 105 against MVG.
I'm not a jinx. Yes. Remember yesterday when I said Chisner would win the title and then he lost 6-1?
Yeah. Who did you pick today?
Chris Dobie.
Look, Dobie's been playing well for a while, so I don't dislike that pick. Johnny Clayton then 1 away. This is better from the Ferret. Wessel Nyman has back-to-back leg against Gedwin Price. I genuinely think Wessel's going to have a very good year. Dobie is now 5-0 up on MVG.
Whoop whoop. Sandra Police. What?
This is very random. I like it.
Thanks. I don't know an awful lot about Hal Piper, despite the fact he's played for a while now, but I do recall that he's very good at golf. And just looking at the build of the man, he absolutely twats the ball, doesn't he?
Oh, yeah.
He is going to smoke it down the fairway.
He's one of those ones that's just going to go literally long down the fairway.
Absolute unit. I wish I lived in Suffolk if your top boys are averaging 80. I joke. Any idea if Jim Williams... he's not on stream. He was on earlier. We'll have a look. If he returns. Neil Zonneveld, a 6-3 win over Mike Kyvenhoven.
Damon Hetter's won 3 on the spin against Woodhouse. That's now level at 4 apiece.
He loves a little comeback today, doesn't he? Had one against Oscar Lekasiak earlier on. Get to the chopper! Brendan Dolan leads Ronnie Hybrex 4-1, averaging 113. I take it back, Matador. They can carry on.
Ryan Searle is 1 away from a place in the last 16. Remember, he can go back into the top 16 of the world if he goes back-to-back. And there has been a bagel served, Gob. And it is on stream board number 2.
Tasty. Bit Candy Crush for you.
Just need to go find some 2 secs.
I know SG, but he still looks like he absolutely twats it, doesn't he? He doesn't look like a guy who's going to nudge it 220 down the fairway with his 3-wood every time, does he? When Scott v Gawler's playing, as soon as they're ready. The problem is that board's so far behind. Scott's entitled to a 10-minute break. Maximum from Price.
So Barney is in green.
You're going to have to be more specific, Philip.
The race for the match play.
You could just be wearing a green shirt the way you said it. I refuse to believe the cameras don't at least have some sort of zoom where they can just come out a little bit more for players that don't stand on the centre of the hockey.
Without knowing what cameras they've got, I don't know. But I would say they should have a zoom on. Scotty Williams not hanging around. He's gone straight back out to bat.
Man, get on with it.
Yeah, fan of that.
I bet they. Oh no, because he's playing Gow last anyway. So Williams is quite rapid. I bet they still finish before Perez and Petretsko, but I'm not sure they will.
Yeah, it's definitely not a quick game, that one.
Nothing's happened, Dazza. It's just that streaming board 3 and 4 are fixed cameras, and it feels like they're too far zoomed out on the board camera so they can show the surround, which they don't need to. They could just show the board. All of the branding is on the board. We know it's a Blade 6. That's at the bottom. It says Win More at the top, and it's got 2 PDC logos on it as well, so they don't need to be this far out. And then the player camera is fixed so that the center of the hockey is in vision. But a lot of players don't stand straight down the middle. So Barney's been there. Nyman stands quite far to the right. Price is similar right now. If Bunting was on there, you wouldn't even see him throw the dart.
Florian Hempel's just beaten Michael Smith.
Flo!
I rate Hempel.
He had that dip last year, didn't he?
Yeah, but overall, I rate him.
He's back. Good news, everybody. I'm back playing League Darts as of tonight, Philip. It's no longer Vodka Wednesdays.
Tequila Tuesdays?
Just a Trek Tuesday.
You playing from Macy's gaff?
Correct.
What league is it?
It's in Ilkeston. I don't even know the format, if I'm being completely honest.
Fairs. They're asking, God, what's your average?
Mid-60s. Nothing special at all.
God does support someone in red, but it's not Forest.
He's just been a wind-up.
I know.
He knows what I support. Shithead.
Everton.
Dickhead. Was a much better stream before he got here anyway, let's be honest. I think they're going to start the last 16 together so they can move some of these streaming boards around or very close to it. So I'd say you've got about 10 minutes at least. The thing is, Phil has the ability to put himself back in the stream. I'm not going to put him back in. Littler is out. He lost first round to James Wade. James, if you are from South America. Much better conversation right now. Oi, son, your missus is a nutter. You haven't put yourself back in the stream, but you've put that on screen. You're a moron. It normally goes up after each side, but I do a lot of driving at the minute, so I haven't really played influence for a while now.
I knew you'd crack before I did.
What?
I knew you'd crack before I did.
Are there any Spurs players making it to fully fit Liverpool right now? No.
Yes.
Who?
Don't be moronic.
Who?
Son walks into your side.
PA?
Walks in.
Making Darwin all day, bro.
No.
Yeah.
Maddison gets in your side.
What's he attacking mid over Zabozlai? No, he doesn't.
Yeah, 100%.
He's an idiot. He gets in the squad.
Gets in the side.
No, he doesn't.
What I call proper midfielders are better than yours as well. I'll take any combination of ours.
Who? I don't know who plays for you anymore. You're crap.
As a whole package, our fullbacks are better than yours. As a whole, don't get me wrong, Trent going forward is great. I'm not arguing that. But as an overall fullback, I'd take ours all day. And Doggy is the best left back in the league this year.
Clearly, I would have put Son in there. Maddison, I genuinely believe, was a 50-50 shout. But have a word with yourself about the fullbacks.
And Doggy's the best left back in the league this year.
You've lost the plot.
100%.
And the question was, is getting a fully fit Liverpool side? No. Andy Robertson is one of the best left backs Premier League's ever seen. A Doggy ain't getting in over there.
He is. And I'll tell you who else gets in. Romero gets in your side. Or Van der Ven. Take whichever one you want.
Get rid of him.
Either one of Romero or Van der Ven partners Van Dijk. Yes. 100%.
Oh dear. He's been at this. Someone get him a monster. He's been at the strong stuff. Silly boy.
Not a chance. Van der Ven's been one of the best signings of the whole year.
Gian Van. It's not Gian, it's Mickey.
And out of interest, I've got a very special set of darts. I've got some Mickey Van der Vim Match Hughes darts. Christian Perez 5-1 up on Ricardo Pietrasco. Pikachu not really been the same player since the Slam, has he?
Nope. Oh, Neil. Oh, Neil. Don't get me wrong, I think he's been very good, and he has revived his career at Arsenal, but Odegaard is not the best player in the Premier League.
No, not a chance.
Very good. One of the reasons why Arsenal went close last year. Goes missing in the big games, though. Like a
Scotty
midfield.
Williams.
But
Go on, mate.
what?
I thought you were going to say something.
Yeah, I said he's like a midfield Drogba. No, the other way around. Drogba only used to turn up for the big games.
Those big games, Drogba was incredible. I used to love watching Chelsea Arsenal games when he just used to murder them.
Yeah.
You see, it is Greenwood's at Getafe, isn't he?
Yeah.
They're trying to get Bellingham banned, didn't they?
Yeah. For telling the truth. Perez beats Pietrasco 6-1.
It was funny. Streamboard 1 will be Barney against Hempel. Again, unpopular opinion. I think Saka's overrated.
Did you see the stat being thrown around the other day that only Saka and Salah have had like 30 goals and 30 assists in the last couple of seasons? Someone was trying to say this is 40 goals and 30 assists, I think it is, in the last 2 or 3 years. So I was like, oh, this is his level. Right, Saka's only just made the threshold of both of them. Salah scored 80 or something ridiculous.
I think Saka, I think he's a good player, but I think he's overrated. I don't think he's this world beater that all the Arsenal fans think
he's not at Mo Salah's level at all.
I think he's a good player, but I don't think he's this worldly that they all think he is.
Yeah. Afternoon, Maisie.
How are we doing, Maisie? Hope you had a good time at school.
At least she actually stayed there all day today. She normally pulls a sickie when there starts on. We know your game, Maisie.
Yeah. Rob, you see, guys, Michael Beale had a burner Twitter account. No, I didn't, did he? I'm a fan of that.
I heard the clips, Joe. That was enough for me, mate.
Keaton, I agree with that. Kevin De Bruyne is the best player in the Premier League. Scott Williams averaging over a ton again, Gob, and it was good to see him at the tavern.
Yeah. My favourite moment when he walked off of the TV, he did one of the mid-session breaks and goes, "I didn't swear."
I'm not getting fined for this one.
I've got Dobie winning the day today.
Yeah, Littler will play tomorrow 100% because he needs to qualify for the Euro Tours.
Yeah. I'm not sure Danny Welbeck is the best. Welbeck is the best footballer in his family, and I'm not sure if any more of them play football.
Surely Dirk against Van Veen has to be streamed.
You'd expect so. Saving sick days to go to some darts events. Fair enough. Euro Tour qualifiers are on tomorrow, and we won't be here, unfortunately. But follow along on Dart Connect.
Yeah, I think he'll play.
Williams is playing very well. 104 average. He's absolutely blowing for us. Goal. I said it wouldn't be too far behind that other game, didn't I? Van Dijvenbode and Van Veen warming up. Not showing up as a stream yet. Your last 16 fixtures will be Dave Chisnell against Peter Wright. Very much likely to be Scott Williams against Johnny Clayton, Dirk van Dijvenbode against Gian Van Veen, Chris Dobie against Neil Zonneveld. In the bottom half of the draw, Gerwin Price against Christian Perez, Raymond van Barneveld against Florian Hempel, Damon Heta against Jim Williams, and Brendan Dolan against Ryan Searle.
I thought Scott Williams is putting himself in match play contention here with this run today. How good would it to see him on that match play stage, by the way?
One he doesn't get in the Liverpool side because we already let him go. Let's not forget he was a Liverpool Academy product. Good player.
Who's this?
A 1 year Forest. That's one of the best there. Who's football knowledge now? I mean, Dirk Gian isn't showing up as a stream game yet. They've picked Chisnell versus Wright on 2. They don't play City till next month now. Big game, though.
Big game.
Huge game. Huge game. Gary Anderson. Phil Taylor. I've done you rottenly. Dobie's on about warming up. That'll be on. That's not been announced as a streaming board yet either. Interesting. Perez against Price. Ooh, one of those won't be streamed. Bold strategy, Carden. Let's see if it pays off.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the matches to go live.
Do you think Peter will come back and win a tournament this year? It's just a Players' Championship. I wouldn't put it past him. Like, he won the European Championships last year and he was in absolutely no form whatsoever. He's certainly got it in him.
How we doing, Daniel? Hope you're good.
I had to double check your name twice then. But no development tours. We stream the Pro Tour and the Women's Series. No Challenge, Dev, or Euro Tour qualifiers as yet. We have just expanded the team. Hopefully, more availability means you might be able to bring in some of those. But at the moment, we don't want to start streaming one and not be able to do one because then we just put ourselves under more pressure. But we'll do this for now. Thoughts on Nathan Gervin gone cold to Josh Rock beat him in a U5? I think there's a lot of pressure on Nathan to go and kick on. He's still playing about. In fact, I'll probably see him tonight.
Still a very good player.
Yeah. I think what people forget is, look, I said this at the seniors a few weeks ago. They're not the best 1-8 players in the world, but some of the best players in the world are in that room at the seniors. And being in the absence of being in the 1-8 does not make you one of the best in the world. When you think how many people around the world play darts in the UK or whatever, like, just being a tour card holder doesn't automatically make you that. Like, percentage-wise, Nathan Gervin is still in the top 5% of dart players in the world.
Yeah.
There's quite a few in that category. Devon Peterson's still in the top 5%. Do you know what I mean? Like, Robert Thornton's still in the top 5% of dart players on the planet. Ooh. Not sure I like that article. Flash scores just popped up. Like boxers, aging managers must know when to throw in the towel.
Dolan Searle is going to be streamed. So, last stream board. Will it be Williams Clayton, Hector Williams, Price Perez, or Dirk Van Veen?
Is Williams playing twice there?
Tim Williams, Scott Williams.
Oh, okay.
Phil, yeah, look, people that get their channels taken away actually put the games on display. That's why they get their channel taken down.
Get pinged for copyright and then get removed.
Yeah.
Silly boys.
Just stupid. Yeah, and James, rightfully so as well. Look, if you're showing, not just this isn't just the PDC, by the way. This is anything. If you're a channel, whether you're showing any kind of sport or whatever, if you're showing someone else's content without their permission, they have every right to do it.
Too right. Same way I spent a number of hours over the weekend looking for people that were streaming the seniors and shutting them down.
Yeah.
Our product.
Pick a feature out then, Gob.
Oh yeah, where are we going? Did Derby make it to a stream?
No, Dobie hasn't.
Christopher! Best player of the day so far.
Stream goes Barney Hempel, Wright, Chisnell, Van Veen, Dirk, Dolan Searle.
The elements are back.
He played with them yesterday as well, 2 days in a row. Just looking at Peter now, that he just plays in these events as Peter. The snake bite character isn't there. Do you actually think that he'd quite like to play on TV as Peter now and not snake bite?
Potentially. But I think the minute you do that, you lose something, don't you?
Yeah, look, he's built on that persona and character for the last decade. But would he perhaps just like to be Peter right now and not snake bite?
I think so. I mean, it's not anywhere near the same extreme, but I've been through that situation, right? I spent 4 or 5 years as part of a society at university that from the minute I walked in the door to the minute that I left, people expected me to be somewhere near the center of attention, being loud, creating some sort of atmosphere or whatever. And there were times when I walked into a room and didn't want to do that, and suddenly something's wrong.
Yeah.
And if he suddenly stops being that character in public, then it comes with more questions than just being allowed to go under the radar, because he's been that character for so long.
Oh yeah, no, I don't disagree.
It's incredibly difficult to walk away from. We get copyright claims on some stuff, but there's nothing on here that they can and will copyright.
Yeah.
And we just appeal or fight it.
Yeah. Yeah, there's nothing on here that could be copyrighted.
Yeah. We sometimes try and sneak some background music in. We don't get pinged for that. It's built into the software, but it's just about remembering to get that in as a level, especially when there's only one of us. Ideally, we'd get a few more or a bit more of a playlist or loop. The problem is you just don't want it to be the same noise over and over again.
Yeah. Oh, Phil, I've reported accounts for stealing our interviews before and things like that.
There's no way somebody is currently ripping this stream to stream it elsewhere.
Yeah.
Mark, both of us are employed and both of us are pretty comfortable, so thanks, mate.
Yeah, and look, if you want to come in here and chat shit, that's fine, but you had to subscribe to the channel to comment. So thank you very much for subscribing and helping with our analytics. We may get paid a little bit more.
You're less likely to need to go on the dole now.
Yeah. So in your backhand way of trying to troll us, you've actually done us a favour.
Yeah, there's no reason anybody would steal this, Phil. And if there is, then we're not making enough money. And we'll find a way to do that. If we're at the point where somebody's stealing this stream to broadcast elsewhere, then there's a chance parts of this stream or content would go behind a paywall, because obviously we're not charging enough for it. That's all that tells us. Who on earth is going to rebroadcast me sat here for 6 hours talking about the Pro Tour? Nope, not when TV talk. The only thing we have ever streamed in the past is a watch along for the UK Open, because obviously there are 8 outside boards. Now, for the last couple of, especially last year, they now stream all of those boards. So we found that our coverage has dwindled a bit. And unfortunately this year, an awful lot of us are actually at the UK Open. If we've got some new members of the team now. If they're about and we can come up with some sort of stream for the UK Open this year, then we will. But that's the only thing we ever do a watch along for as such, because it's different, right? Watch alongs are so difficult to get right, and you see other content creators in other sports struggling with that as well. It's not a commentary. If it was a commentary, you'd be listening on radio or whatever. It's a watch along, and then some people get fed up of you not talking about what's going on directly at that moment. But it's incredibly difficult to do that accurately, especially when people are watching the program at the same time as well. So it's about mixing it up and getting it right, and it's just difficult. We do a preview on socials and we do a review show for the majority of the majors in the Fallout bar. We think that's enough content at the moment. If you guys are desperate for more, then we'll see what we can come up with. But got to bear in mind how many of our team work full-time, how many other things me and Phil are involved in. We think we've got a nice little balance in what we do. Look, we know that some people are asking for Challenge Tour and Dev Tour, but to produce content for those, A, they're significantly longer days because they double up the events. B, the knowledge and effort it takes to sit there and stream for 10 hours across double events for players that perhaps aren't as well known as some of the Pro Tours or don't have as many topics to talk about is more difficult. We could do it, but also that takes up an awful lot of time on weekends. Boo, Dirk. I mean, he's absolutely flying. He's averaging 117 and just went 6 perfect. So can't boo him too much. What about if people upload the matches from screen recording PDC TV, not for streams? Would that be taken? Yeah, because they still own the content. They still produce the content. You can't. That'd be like a highlights package. That'd be like me screen recording the Premier League and then putting it up online. As in the football, you just don't do it. Our pleasure, Dazza.
Our pleasure.
Yeah, Dirk just looks a lot more comfortable at the hockey right now, doesn't he?
Yeah.
113 average, 4-1 up against Gian, who's averaging 101 himself.
Yeah, James, sooner or later, the PDC will start taking them down from TikTok as well. Next weekend, Tom, the UK Open. Live on ITV. Just watching Peter throw. The elements just sit so right in the board.
Twitch is different. It's more difficult to shut down sometimes, but
Raymond Van Barneveld 3-2 up on Florian Hempel, but Hempel's playing some good stuff here.
Damon Hetzer is seriously going under the radar here. We spoke about him being 2-0 down to Oscar Lekadziak earlier on. Now 5-1 up on Tim Williams. Beat Luke Woodhouse 6-4. Beat Aiden Kirk 6-3 earlier on as well. Not been the heaviest hitting lineup for him to come through so far, but he's doing his job.
Yeah. Peter Wright has just broken Dave Chisholm as Chris Dobie in our feature game. He's averaging 107.81.
I'm not, Matt. Phil is on certain things.
Yeah. I can bet on most. Matt Edgar for the WDF Worlds. If he can qualify, he'll be a danger.
Yes.
I'm intrigued to see how much longer the WDF World Championship is at Lakeside for.
It's already announced for next year, isn't it? So there's clearly been conversations, unless that was a multi-year deal put in place. Obviously, we know that Bob is sadly no longer with us.
That's what I mean, that he was the driving force behind it.
I mean, the immediate reaction when it happened was the place would be sold. It would turn into flats or something a bit more iconic within no time, but still exists as Lakeside. Damon Hector is the first man into the last 8. He beats Jim Williams 6-1. He'll play either Brendan Dolan or Ryan Searle. Searle's averaging 108. How is he 4 apiece with Dolan?
Madness. And I feel, if I'm being honest, I haven't. I don't really watch a lot of darts YouTube.
I think they're going to be a streaming one.
Yeah.
We just answered that, Matt. Is Edgar going to play in the Super Series this year? I guess so.
Yeah, I think so.
We've already seen him once in Series 6. Played at the Scottish Open at the weekend. I don't think it went very well, but he played at the Scottish Open this weekend.
How short is Owen? He's not.
As in Robert Owen?
Or Owen Binks?
Oh, they're both about 5'6". Yeah. Adobe 61 over Neil's Zonovel.
And Ryan Searle is averaging 110, but he's going to need a last leg decider.
Binks is about 5'6", I think.
I'll tell you what, I think he's a fabulous referee as well.
He's quality.
Yeah. Peter Wright, 5-2 up on Dave Chisnell, averaging a ton.
Dave.
Dirk back in front against Van Veen, averaging 110.
I'll be honest, James, my outsider for a major this year already won it. I backed Bunton to win the Masters. He's all right, Kevin. Needs to learn to count, but he does okay.
God, Ryan Searle is on the verge of exit in this tournament. Dolan tees up double 16 and will get 3 clear darts at it.
Ludicrous.
Searle has 80 if Dolan can't take it out.
He's made 3 straight finals and he's about to lose in the last 16 with 109 average.
He's out. Searle is gone.
How do you lose with 109 average? That is ridiculous.
Oh, Binks loves Coldplay like you've never seen anything like it. Phil, thoughts on Cross as a person? Rob's a lovely guy. Genuinely top guy. Van Dyvenbode down to 133. But Van Veen can leave a handy finish here. Lee's 54. Are we going all the way? And again, if we do, Van Veen would become favourite.
Would you be surprised to learn that Sport Bible have made a post about Luke Littler?
Shock.
Luke Littler's hilarious response after losing to James Wade in the first round of Players' Championship.
Johnny Clayton going all the way with Scott Williams. That's 5 apiece. Van Veen has missed. Van Dyvenbode will get match darts. And it goes. Dirk is into the quarterfinals.
Flying. He's back.
He's back. Oh, Dirk Van Dyvenbode. Let's go to the last leg decider. Johnny Clayton has stolen the darts here.
100%, Rob. It's already happening.
Clayton down to 134 on the Williams darts. 210 for Williams. How handy can he leave this? 121 leaves 89. Clayton 134 to win it. He's made a mess of it. Advantage Williams should get at least a dart of the ball on the 89. He's missed a dart of the ball. Clayton coming back for 94. Another poor visit from the ferret gives Williams another opportunity. One match dart has come and gone. Prevails. Johnny Clayton will be gutted there. Didn't get a match dart from 134 with 6 darts gob. Unforgivable.
Johnny.
I don't think Gezzy's enjoying the pace of this game, do you?
No. When was the last time Barney won a title? Players' Championship 2021?
I think, yeah, 21, I think.
His first one after getting his tour card back. Are all boards streamed on PDC TV for the UK Open? Yeah, we believe so. Same as well last year. You won't get commentary on boards 3 to 8, but you'll be able to watch along.
Yeah, you'll be able to see the pictures. So, one place left in the quarterfinals. It will either be Gerwin Price or Christian Perez.
When was the last time Barney won a major title? So he won the Grand Slam.
2014.
The Premier League. Did he win the Prem before or after the Grand Slam? Was it 2013 Prem, 2014 Slam?
I think the Slam's 2014. Let me check.
His last major ranking title was the Desert Classic.
Classic 2007. No, it was the Premier League 2014. The Grand Slam was 2012. And the Desert Classic was
2007.
Yeah.
He also won the UK Open that year. Yeah, that was his last ranking major title. Rob Cross is all right. Good lad.
Yeah.
Terrible grammar.
He's top guy though. Real nice guy.
I went to the Dogs with him a few years ago.
Yeah, really nice guy.
Mm-hmm. Good question, Freddie. I've sent Phil a link. Somebody watching may have sent me one about being able to attach it to our website.
I shall have a look after play.
I do recall Phil coming to York for the seniors event last year, telling me and Lee to try on new work attire and never deliver it.
Yeah, I may have forgot.
The Champions League was designed purely to put PDC darts on the BBC. After 3 years, they decided they didn't want it anymore, so the PDC had no use for it. When your lead host is calling a 9-darter 180, 180, 180, it's probably on you more than anyone else, though. But we did get a glimpse of what Paddy Power are capable of because they were the sponsor of the Champions League, and then obviously the step up that they had. I mean, I was talking to a lot of the guys from Jennings over the weekend, and they were like, nobody can match what Paddy Power bring to the table. If they want to take something and fund it, you ain't getting better coverage than what Paddy can do.
They were incredible.
Yeah. The problem with the Champions League right now is we've already got a significant amount of tournaments where the top 8 players in the world play, or we get a Premier League style 8. I ain't asked about seeing them any more frequently than that. As Christian Perez takes the lead and is now throwing to eliminate Gerwin Price. Could you imagine where Christian Perez would be in the rankings if he actually managed to attend last year? These have not been overly impressive, right? A lot of mid-90s.
Yeah.
But the events he did play in Germany last year made a semi-final, and now he's a dart away from eliminating Cross and being in the quarterfinal event number 4 of the season. He's an opportunist.
Yeah.
I think Barney massively underachieved in the PDC for a player that we've built up so much.
Yeah, for his ability, he didn't win enough. Technically, Anderson, Doby.
I'd love to see James Wade's throwing action flipped.
There's a part of the Wade action I don't like. So God, it's like that. So the thumb starts like that, and it rolls back into place.
Mm.
Do you know? I just don't like that roll because it's never going to be the same.
See, I don't think this is controversial to say. Steve Beaton's action has not changed in 30 years, but it is not the best throw.
I agree.
It never has been. And he can consistently replicate it, fine. But the difference between him and stepping up an extra level and have been one of the top players of all time, rather than a player that's just been around for a long time and a world champion 30 years ago, is the fact he does not fully extend his arm.
Yeah.
Upon release.
I don't like the follow through, the lack of follow through.
100%. Wow! Gerwin Price is out! Hello, Christian Perez.
Phil, I keep ignoring that question because that is absolute bollocks. They do like each other. I spend as much time on the tour as the players, and they get on perfectly fine.
It's me and Bars that hate each other.
Yeah, he's a knob.
I've been called worse.
Michael Smith.
But look at his last starting hand. When Mardle calls it peacockery, when he leaves it out. It's beautiful.
Yeah. The Michael Smith throw is effortless, but a lot of the time I don't like the last dart because he walks.
He's got better at not walking.
He has, but he still does it too much for my liking.
Yeah. I still get to see Dennis Smith throw in action at the seniors, and it is glorious. And do you know what? Dennis Smith is one of the nicest guys you will ever meet. Right? Completely disregards technology. Well, I'll do the draw. No matter what happens, he'll come up to me. Have I got a play? Have I got a mark? You're a gentleman. No matter what I tell him. Fine. This is how many games you got. Lovely. Brilliant. And then if he finishes, is anybody available to mark? I'm happy to pay. I don't want to mess it up for somebody. You've muted yourself.
Dennis Smith doesn't live too far from me. So I've known him a long time. He's played in our local league before. Absolute gent of a guy.
Gent.
Back in the day, we may have pulled him in as a ringer once for Super League. So no, he plays obviously he played back in the day for Wiltshire because he's Swindon boy. So the Wiltshire Super League is different to Hampshire, and we had quite a good team back in the day. And we were one short for a big Super League game. So Dennis Smith may have played one game for us that year, and it was that one. He rocked up and averaged 34.
That'll do. It is a shame he's a Swindon boy, though, because as an Oxford lad, I cannot get behind that.
Yeah. Because it's funny, obviously, everyone knows that I like a long point in my dart goal, but he plays with the world's smallest points.
Yeah.
I don't know the exact. I think lack of interest or not, but I just wasn't doing the job. The Desert Classic. If you get your first copyright from the PDC, do you think the PDC will regularly check your channel if it's streaming? Yeah, 100%.
Phil, are you secretly streaming elsewhere and asking us for tips on how to get around their copyright rules? Because you're then happening.
Once you're on their radar and they know about it, good luck.
Yeah. I'll be honest, I don't live in Oxford anymore. I grew up in Abingdon, but I've been in Nottingham since 2013. I know the Abingdon League is okay. I know there's a decent Wantage League as well. In terms of the Oxford League, I don't really know because I know their county team is based out of Bicester instead. There will be a league. I just don't know where you'd go and play from. I've never actually played darts in Oxford itself. There's a few stuff out. I think there's a vault out of the Oxford City Football Club. There's normally some exhibitions out of Didcot Town as well. Wayne Mardle's a regular down there. Yeah, that's about all I can tell you. I've played in the Oxford Pool League, but I never played darts in the Oxford League.
Remember, everyone, if you haven't yet, make sure you drop us a like and subscribe to the channel. Massively appreciate your support, especially in the last month or so. It has been absolutely incredible. So thank you very much. So a check on something. How far off the next landmark are we?
Yeah, you're a bit in between there, aren't you?
It's a long shot, God, but we are 500 off of 35k.
Get that button then.
You know what to do, everyone.
Who's Cross's best mate in darts? Scotty Williams, isn't it?
I'd say there's that little group of them. Williams, Rock, O'Shea.
Yeah. Raced with Leighton Bennett for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dennis points are tiny.
Yeah.
So I throw 28s and his are smaller than mine.
Yeah. Ian, good to have you on from down under, mate.
Crows and I went for Dobie at the start of the day, so I'm looking pretty good right now. Takes on Dirk next. You watch him get battered.
So streamboard 1 will be Peter Wright, Scott Williams. Streamboard 2, Perez against Barney. Literally, the quarterfinals will start in the next couple of minutes. No, I never met Ollie. Is it true Gazzy is a stand-up guy? Yes, he is. Gazzy's an absolute top guy. Absolute diamond of a gentleman.
Needs a social media manager. Silly boy. Said that for a long time.
Yeah, look, I'm lucky. I've spent a lot of time in Gazzy's company away from darts, and yeah, he's superb.
Of all the ways to communicate, by the way, an Instagram story is the most difficult to start and write. There's so many steps to get to that point, whereas a Twitter or Facebook, you literally press whatever and type out. If you stay up, then obviously sacking Steve Cooper was not a mistake. If you go down, then it wouldn't have made a difference. So yeah, great coach. I wonder how much say he had over the signings, whether that was Mariakos.
One of the fun, it was harsh, but it was also funny, was last year on night 1 of the Premier League when they filmed MVG trying to FaceTime Joe Cullen on night 1.
Brutal. Cross is solid, steady dart player. did what he wanted to do, wasn't pushed into the Premier League or anything. Last year, he's in a better place and whatever. I did think he'd be a little bit more competitive in the Premier League than he has been so far, can't lie. Looked like he was coming in a really good place, but he's got that consistency to just grind it out. So we'll go with that for me. A few minutes till we get these on. So what I'm going to do is, for the first time in a long, long time, we're going to play some ads on this channel. We'll go with this one.
Take me home, take me on a ride. I got a good feeling about the colors lighting up your eyes. Take me home, take me to the sky. I got a good feeling. Tell me the only thing you are is mine now. I got a good feeling. I got a good feeling. Good feeling. You.
Welcome back to Pro Tour Live here at Online Darts Players Championship number 4, coming to you live from Leicester. Quick throwback to the adverts. If you are looking for an event near you, make sure you head to dartshop.tv. There are literally tens of, not necessarily hundreds, but plenty of events up and down the country for you to go and see your favourite players live in action. And if you're having a practice at home, download the Play the Pro app so you can take on players such as Van Gerwen, Fallon Sherrock, Simon Whitlock. Paul Nicholson's on there, bit of commentary, bit of refereeing from George Noble, and a few more players to be added in due course.
I like the app. I think it's good.
Waiting on the quarterfinals then to get underway. As we get the first one warming up. But they will be Peter Wright against Scott Williams, Dirk van Duivenbode against Chris Dobie, Christian Perez will take on Raymond van Barneveld, and Damon Heta will take on Brendan Dolan. And there we go.
Yes.
Line alarm has sounded. You can get that app on Android. It's been on Android since the end of November.
Yeah.
Do we think the ADC would ever do a World Championship? Yes. I think they have to. As much as players are happy playing local opens and picking up prize funds and qualifying for the Super Series, I think a big end of the road payoff is what everyone would look for at some point.
I don't think it will be called a World Championship, though.
No, I don't think, but it will be something very, very similar.
Oh, yeah, I think they will have a finale to their season, but I don't think it will be called a World Championship.
Yeah. The app is called Play the Pro. It might be the Windmill Darts Scorer on the App Store nowadays.
But it's very good.
Still the same concept. To the ADC linking up with seniors as well. Yeah, plenty of little routes. Look what happens when everybody can work together.
Apart from the two that would benefit from working together.
Yeah. Do we think long term that the seniors then becomes an offshoot of the ADC?
I don't know, but
Do you think the seniors remains a standalone organisation?
I think it remains a standalone organisation. Right, I don't know why you keep asking this, but Rob's a really nice guy. We've said it countless times. Just
Sound. Which way around are the streams, did you say?
So board 1, Williams against Wright. Board 2, Perez against Van Barneveld. Board 3, Heta against Dolan, which leaves board 4 for Dobie against Dirk.
No Dobie again. Is that back-to-back games not on the street? The best player of today?
Well, no, he's on the stream board 4, but you mean one of the ones without comms? Yeah. I'm not sure about the Damo Tash as well. I think it's time that went.
It's time to go! How are we doing, Davey?
How are you, man? So, a nice little run here from Scott Williams today. And it's not over yet, but it's good to see the Maverick.
Beautiful.
Just looking at the Scott Williams setup, he's playing with a K-Flex back end to his dart now.
Yeah, I threw Jared the other day. They're not as thick as they look. Does that make sense? So, like the windmills and the condors are quite chunky, but the K-Flex, there's a little bit more flexibility in them, I guess.
But is that also why we see on social more of them breaking than the others?
I think they're breaking at a weak point, but I think Target have that issue with a lot of what they do anyway. We see that with their points quite regularly. I guess if you're going to chuck metal at plastic, it's going to break eventually. Like you see the condors and the windmills getting chipped away at the top, but they fly through the air differently. So if you want them to fly through the air differently and you want them to be solid, they still last longer than a normal set of flights, don't they? It's the basis.
How did you get on with the Q Soul ones?
I'm back off them again at the minute. They were almost like a soft plastic. They were going okay, but
did you try the fusions as well?
Yeah, I've still got a set of the fusions. I think they're much like the condors. They're a bit chunkier. I can't lie. When I did the rehearsal on Wednesday, I'm back to my just really short flight and stems. But when my new darts arrive, hopefully this week, I'll have a bit of a tinkering. I've not seen the shot ones yet. I know they've manufactured or are in the process of. I don't know if I should have said that. I think the only manufacturer that don't have a range right now are Unicorn. And I think given that literally everybody else is, there's only so long they'll be able to hold out with that now.
Yeah. No, I know that I've tried lots of ones. I just don't like the molded flight and stem comp. I just can't get on with them.
I threw my Gary Anderson darts the other day at home for a bit with the L styles, and they just dragged through the air a bit. Again. Yeah, I throw extra short stems, and I've got some windmill flights at the minute, but they're not big wings, they're just standard, I think. The short answer, Tony, is no. Because Peter versus Scott and Perez versus Barney have commentary on them and can be watched on PDC TV if you're watching both of us. This one does not. David Heta goes 2-0 up on Brendan Dolan. Averaged 86, right? That must have been an 11. And whatever he lost, he's now averaging 112. Does this 136 go? No, 96 to leave top, so he must clean that up when he comes back. No, the L-Stars come out weird. They make my darts land too flat. Anyway, as soon as we're done, I'm literally going to have a tinker with my setup for what I'm going to throw tonight. No, love the darts. I don't hope you go down now. This is a dart stream. Come on now.
Come on now. Chris Dobie doubles his lead, 2-0 up on Dirk van Dijvenbode.
Wade had an exchange with Gaulas after his game earlier. Did he? Didn't see that one.
Shock.
Dobie doubles his lead. Right, we go down then, love darts. Talk about darts then. You should name your channel Love the Forest instead. Well, they're on the same management company for a while. And again, Wade's been on every management company.
Yeah, they were. Peter Wright is playing some lovely stuff here. The darts just look so comfortable. Barney levels it up. And Peter Wright breaks.
So Peter Wright leads Scott Williams 3-1. Chris Dobie leads Dirk van Dijvenbode 2-0. That's on the right-hand side of your screen. Christian Perez and Raymond van Barneveld 1 apiece. And Damon Heta leads Brendan Dolan 2-1. At the minute, only Peter Wright is averaging over 100.
Chris Dobie races into a 3-0 lead over Dirk. I think Dirk might just be getting a little bit tired. It's a long time since he played this amount of darts in a day. Damon Heta now has a 2-leg cushion. 3-1 up on Brendan Dolan.
Yes, love the darts. 100% because of you. We're not looking for a meal deal chat already. Come on now. The man's ready to brag about his M&S lifestyle once again.
Christian Perez back in front against Barney.
Ryan, I've explained why we've got the games on that we've got on. These two don't have commentary on PDC TV. Not everybody's just watching us.
Yeah. Scott Williams has broken back. Still trails, but it is on throw again.
Right, missed 3 from 36.
Yeah, went inside. And Williams steps in.
Tommy, don't wind him up even more.
I tell you, it's funny when Scott walked past Owen there. It was like Andre the Giant against.
He's a big lad, is Scott.
Yeah.
Perez still leading Barney 2-1. Then that one is not going to be over very quickly. Dolan gets one back against Heta. 3-2 now. Damon now basing himself in Wales. What did Wade manage to count us about? No idea. It's not 3-all, Ryan. It's 3-2 to Peter Wright. Barney misses double 2 to level up.
Dirk looking at tops to get one on the board.
Scott Williams is now 3 each for Peter Wright.
Done well to rescue that situation as well because there was a little bit of pressure on his throw there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Wade has got 10 years before he can play in the seniors. I've got 21, just in case anybody is asking.
I don't think we will ever see James Wade play on the seniors.
No.
It's not. He's North Wales, like it's almost the Cheshire border, I think.
Next door to Scott Williams is not Scott Williams. Jim Williams is the answer.
Yeah, it's North Wales.
Nice easy journey to Leicester, where he used to live 10 minutes from. How's Wade to interview? Even I can answer that one. He's a nightmare. The one time I interviewed him was in Amsterdam for the World Series, and he was the only non-Dutchman to win all weekend. And before we started, he's like, "Where are you from?" And I was like, "Oh, I'm from Online Darts. Phil can't be here this weekend." He goes, "No, where do you live?" And I went, "Oh, Nottingham." He goes, "Oh, that's a shit." I was like, "James, you're from Aldershot, mate. Give it a rest."
Yeah. Peter Wright back in front. Good stuff from Stakey, averaging 101. Chris Dobie 1 away, 5-1 up on Dirk.
No, but that's, do you play in the South Notts League then? Or do you not play at all? You just chat nonsense.
Perez in front against Barney.
Hello, Luca. Hello there.
Hello there.
Hear me out. The Star Wars episodes 1 to 3 aren't anywhere near as bad as people make them out to be.
Well, I'm with you. I like them.
There are some great moments in those films.
Are we talking Phantom Menace?
Yeah.
Those ones? Yeah. Oh, that's some good stuff. I like them. Yeah. They just get a lot of shit because of their, like...
And the Jar Jar thing's meant to be the bad guy and the U-turn on that.
Yeah, no, I like it. But I also then like the 3 after. Was it The Force Awakens?
Yeah. Well, no, I'm not sure about that. They just repeat the same storyline over and over again. But the original 3 with Christensen and
Yeah.
Ewan McGregor. Solid. Barney is 3-2 behind Christian Perez, whilst Peter Wright leads Scott Williams 4-3. Has Dirk won that leg? What's gone on there? Mark has had an absolute nightmare. Dobie now throwing for the match. If this goes, we'll give you a bit of Peter Wright, Scott Williams before it's over. You forgot to tell me something. Is this where you tell me you know my friends?
Scott Williams back level again. It's 4 apiece.
You're an idiot. You're an absolute idiot. Giving Forest fans everywhere a bad name.
Chris Dobie, 204 points. He's now 64 points away from a semi-final place. Perez has daylight between himself and Barneveld.
Robert, rate that. What you got for us, Adventure Hog? Is Damon Hetta moves one away from victory over Brendan Dolan. Don't do it to us, Chris. As much as it's been brilliant to see a Dirk resurgence. Chris Dobie is into the semi-finals. Bye. If only one of us had backed Chris Dobie to win the day. Oh, wait. Hello there.
Scott Williams is forging an opportunity of a break here.
That was as disappointed Dirk will be with that loss, by the way. Dobie's not played his best at all in that. A run to the quarterfinals, given his injuries of late, when you sit around at the end of the day. You understand that? Do I prefer County to Forest? I used to work for Notts County, so yes is the answer. Ryan Mayer jinxed this. He said, what a time to break, but Scott Williams has bust. Damon Hetta has beaten Brendan Dolan as Peter Wright moves ahead 5-4.
Yeah, Williams had 2 opportunities to break the right throw.
I think you're taking consistent, but win games of darts, Paul. If you Dirk. He went inside on the double 14, inside double 7. No idea. Trent Bridge is magnificent, though, and that's right next to it as well.
It's all about the Rose Bowl.
Shit on. One of the most soulless cricket grounds in the country, and I used to work for Leicestershire.
I like the bowl.
Soulless. Perez won away thanks to a huge 154. And Scott Williams is putting this right. We're going to a level. We're going to decide it, surely.
You would say so.
Oh, yeah, look, some of the seniors boys have they're delighted that there's 33 years away from playing on there, etc. He's been the talk of the venue for the last couple of weekends. So I've been to Edgbaston and I've been to the finals there a couple of times. I've even ran the mascot race once. That was good fun.
We are going all the way.
Old Trafford is crap. Party standard with zero atmosphere. Yeah, solid. I decided in Scott Williams, Peter Wright then as Van Barneveld, staring down the barrel of an exit here. He's gone. Mm-hmm. No more alarms. As Barney is done for the day.
Yeah. Yes, I am down south, mate. I live about half an hour from the bowl.
If Perez wins the whole thing, will it be the most unlikeliest winner?
No, I don't think so. It's Peter Wright saving his worst leg of the match until last. I am in Hampshire indeed. Big 140 from Wright, but it's not enough because of those two visits 2 and 3. Williams poised.
I've not, Will. I played a lot of online darts in lockdown, but I never joined a league like that.
Williams leaves tops. I don't know which way he went. I will tell you when the stream catches up. But Peter Wright has a chance to salvage the situation. Oh, magical from Snakebite.
Ooh, that hurts. Ooh. That's brutal. The man hit a 7. 7. Len Goodman. That hurts. That hurts a lot. But Peter Wright is into today's semi-final. This will do him the absolute world of good. Semi-finals coming up then. Peter Wright against Chris Dobie and Christian Perez against Damon Heta.
Neil, they have got a comp in Andover soon because I live about 10 minutes from that venue.
Where do you play in Pompey, ASG? I've been to Waterlooville a couple of times on a Wednesday to the Phoenix. That's good fun.
Right, Gob, I'm just going to put some lights on and go to the loo. Back in a sec.
All right. I'll say an intro then. We haven't got enough adverts. We'll have to go with this one. Hello again. Williams says he miscounted. I didn't see it. I didn't see what happened at the end, to be honest. But yes, welcome back to Pro Tour Live. As we reach the what a great time to you on that was. As we reach the semi-final stage of Players' Championship number 4, just 4 players remain. Peter Wright, Chris Dobie, Christian Perez, and Damon Heta. Chat room, let us know who you think wins from here. Get involved in that chat box to the right-hand side of your screen. Make sure you subscribe to the channel in order to do so. And do drop us a like if you are here. Gosport. I've driven past Gosport. Do you think the PDC made up that rule that stripped Cabby of his tour card purely just to get rid of him? The rule existed in some parameter anyway. They made an adjustment to a rule, cited that rule in the statement they released when Cabby was removed from a tour card holder, and then never updated their rules on their website to include that citation. So it's a little bit weird. Ultimately, they came to the right decision. Corey Cadby has no ability to use his tour card this year. You cannot play from inside an Australian prison cell. But I think there are other ways to go about removing that card. They've put the rule in place now. If you don't use it within the first year of gaining one, we'll have to wait and see. We played at the Phoenix on a Wednesday night. Corin Hammond works behind the bar.
So, Wright versus Dobie, Perez versus Heta. Two good-looking semi-finals.
Only an hour and a half from Andover. You could be anywhere. You could be as far up as Northampton then.
Yeah, the venue where the stuff is in Andover, it's a decent venue.
Ken, close enough. Miles away.
How we doing, Andy? Hope you're good, mate. Welcome along, everyone, as well. That's in Players Championship 4. And remember, I know we keep going on about it, but it massively does help us. Make sure you drop us a like and subscribe.
What he said. Jamie tuning in from Birmingham. You get to Andover from Birmingham in an hour and a half. Neil, I think you've done us in there, mate. Saying it was close.
As well, I know Mace said it on comms today, but he's doing some more work for the PDC. He's doing the Nordic Darts Masters.
Yeah, Clash of the Seniors event.
Yeah.
Man. Yeah, I wouldn't call it close, Neil. I mean, I've got half an hour drive tonight.
Half an hour to the Prince of Wales. Yeah. Mace also he didn't let the date slip, but the Prince of Wales is going to the Prince of Wales in the near future.
I just typed it in to double check how far it is, and typed in the one that's back home that I used to live in. Might take me a bit longer to get to that one. Half-hour drive next. Interesting logic. Live by the river.
Yeah, the same place that the comp is in Andover is the same place to do the vaults, which are a huge success.
Oh. Here's a question. What is the most X-World champions beaten by the same player on the way to them winning a tournament? Just thinking Perez having already beaten Barney and Gerwin Price. What was Thornton's run to the UK?
I was going to say, there's been some ridiculous...
That was ridiculous, wasn't it? Wasn't Della's 83 world title against... Didn't he beat the other top three of the top four seeds? Cross beat 3 in the world. Van Gerwen, Taylor. Beat Gary as well. I love that line, Matador. Do you know what? I'm not sure that they're going to start making darts equipment, Paul, because the manufacturing process, the machinery and whatever is so bizarre. But it would not surprise me to see a Nike or an Adidas create a darts apparel range.
Yeah.
I was sat thinking about that the other week, because actually at the moment it's literally just darting equipment manufacturers that really make dart shirts. But the people with the know-how are your Nike, your Adidas, your Under Armour, your Puma, and all of that. So it would not surprise me especially given that Littler, for instance, is working with Boohoo.
The way that Littler wears them.
Yeah. Well, no, but Boohoo are a bit different to me because they just make T-shirts like Primark do that actually already fit. But yeah, to brand it specifically as a dart shirt or range, or be a bit more graphic in their designs. I think the way you look at it is golf. Steve Brown wears golf shirts to play darts in, and they're basically the same material. But to market stuff specifically as darts related would be interesting. You get the odd dip in like Dunlopper on flights and stuff if you go to Sports Direct, but I'm talking one of the big boys.
So I'm just looking at some stats and numbers here.
No bias there, Matador, at all. Do we think there's room for another big manufacturer in the sport? Obviously, Mission launched and came out of nowhere a few years ago. Harrows have got their act together in the last 5 to 10 years compared to... Look, Harrows were an absolute giant in the 80s, early 2000s. They'd basically fallen off the face of the earth again, but they seem to have got their act back together once again. Unicorn have changed up their approach a little bit. Wimau are incredibly dominant in what they do. Dora relaunching soon. That's interesting. So Target are renowned for their marketing. They're the ones that really changed the game in terms of product launches.
I don't think there is room for another manufacturer in terms of, I don't think there's enough players to go around. There's only so much you can do with darts. We see so many that are bordering copyright as it is now.
Shot are obviously splashing the cash.
Yeah, I'm not sure there is room for a brand new manufacturer in a quite saturated market already.
Do you think that's a barrier for a big sports brand to enter as well? Someone like a Nike or an Adidas?
Possibly, yeah.
As bizarre as this is, we're going to match these up with the streaming board. So Perez and Heta are going to be on the left and Wright and Dobie on the right.
Like you look at like Loxley, they came into the market, but they've just lost all of their big names. So it'd be interesting to see where they go next.
Yeah, I suppose Loxley, Data Dart is another one Gaz has just suggested. 180. I've thrown Data Dart points for a long time. The Ghost Grips, they were lovely.
I look at Mission, that they've got a lot of periphery players, but they haven't that real marquee name yet. Where Harrows have gone the other way, they've actually added to it where they were very much customer orientated, for as in the dart fan, but they've added obviously they've got Chizzy, Heta, Ryan Searle now, so that they've got that. And you look at the way the manufacturers are working now, a lot of these players are tied to 5-6 year contracts.
Correct. So I've got pictures on Perez versus Heta on streaming board 1, but that hasn't started. But Dobie v Wright has. Unless I'm just not live, that'd be why. Duh, press the button.
Josh Rock is at Mission at the moment. I don't think he stays there, if I'm being honest.
Yeah. Evening, Stephen. How are we doing?
Yeah.
Mission did the right thing in going after the county setup because you force every Super League and every county side to play on your board. Do I like that Samurai Infinity 2? No, I think it's crap. The Samurai was decent. The Infinity is horrid to look at. So many issues with it. Don't get completely different conversation about youth players. I am not a fan of that at all.
I was about to say, I've said this a lot, and look, a Mission are guilty of this as well. As I don't like signing kids, and I just don't agree with it. Yeah, Rob, I never liked the Samurai board. I always thought it was too hard. It was like throwing darts at concrete.
I look at manufacturers signing players almost like a football academy signing 10-year-olds, building them up for their entire life and then dropping them. Like the expectation levels that you place on a person that young are just ridiculous. And let's be honest, of all the players that we've done that to for the last few years, Littler is really the only one to break through that. Bennett came with a massive level of expectation. All right, he's made it to the Pro Tour now, but it's not where he wanted to be. Or like playing exhibitions of Phil Taylor 5 years ago. Adam Paxton was one of the first to sign with Unicorn a number of years ago.
Peter Wright has an early break of throw here against Hollywood. Look, Unicorn have struggled for a while. That's not a secret. I'm interested to see the way they're now moving, to see if it is sustainable and keeps them involved in the sport.
I think it will. I think given the fact they've got other sports that have got a parent company holding all of them, I think they'll be okay. They're almost too big a name to fail. I think their most recent launch was actually okay. I think their balloon points are decent. They've gone down that route. They brought out some new shirts. They're decent. They've actually added some colour and stuff to their setups. I think Harrows were the first to really shift that in identity and having 6, 7, 8 different blackish style flights with the odd tint of colour that players can customise with stems and all that sort of stuff. Everyone's going down a similar route now. I just don't think they've got the money to pay a king's ransom to players, which, look, even when they were top dogs and had all the boards, etc., the issue that Unicorn have had for a long, long time is that their players don't evolve in their equipment. Their top boys for the last 10 years were Michael Smith, Gary Anderson, James Wade, Ian White, Dimitri when they had him. How many of them threw new darts at any point? None.
It's only really Gary that's changed across the years.
Yeah, and he's changed a couple of times, but even still, he ends up back on them. The biggest change they made to Gary's darts at one point for 6 years was they added a different ring at the bottom of it in paint because he won an extra world championship.
Like, I agree, but also you think even at their height, we know they were bailed out.
Yeah.
All you had to do was look at company's house and do the paper trail. So,
to be fair, I do have 4 different sets in a while. That was going to be my route into collecting, but I think I might sell them off now. I can't lie. They're all brand new in box. I've never thrown any of them. I've got a set of Garys, a set of Wades, a set of Michael Smiths, and a set of Kim Hybrecks. And they're all brand new.
Dobie leads. 2 legs on the spin for Hollywood.
Got a fun my new Pokemon hobby.
Look, I think that at the top, I think that there are 3 manufacturers clear in terms of what they do. Yes, Stakey's played well the last 2 days. Regardless of whether he wins or loses here, it's much improved from Peter.
The Doobster.
Hollywood.
I forgot. This is the first time they've played since Peter Wright made those comments, isn't it?
Yeah.
Mickey Mouse competition. That line from Dobie was brilliant.
Up and down, Andy. It's good 1 minute, and then off a cliff the next. He was using a horrific setup the other day.
Story of Aaron Monk's career, that.
Both of them missed an opportunity here, but Wright coming back to level it up. Damon Heta is in front against Perez. Wright levels up against Dobie. Evening, Liam. Hope you're good. Yeah, fabulous day for Perez so far.
Wright's back to the elements, Josh.
And looking at the elements, they just sit so much better, Gob, than anything else he's thrown.
I mean, his action was crooked the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, we just see darts skewing off one way, and then the next. Just look at the stream; they just sit so much better. Encouraging signs if he sticks with them. And I say if in very big letters. What's the odds he turns up to Newcastle and plays with something new?
Phil Taylor, a John Lowe dart with plastic flights and stems, probably. Yeah, that one.
Yeah. Liam, Perez was at Minehead anyway. All tour card holders qualify for the UK Open. No, they've spoken since. They haven't played since, but they spoke since Peter said what he said.
$140. Cheers, Ross.
It's been a good response here from Peter Wright, though. 90 to go level. Oh, man, 100% he overthinks that side of it.
The Bryson DeChambeau of darts, isn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, way overthinks conditions, 100%.
The Professor. I just missed darts to two lots of darts.
Josh, absolutely. Thinking in darts is very dangerous.
You should try it sometimes, though, mate. You look like less of an idiot, Phil.
Nah. Don't worry about things like that.
There's a double 3 for Peter Wright to level up.
Well, I had a chuck with Steve Brown's darts the other day, the old Adrian Lewis ones.
They look beautiful.
Yeah. Cheers, Mark. Thank you very much. We don't think there's going to be a stream tomorrow. Hopefully, we're going to add the European qualifiers to what we do, but these ones we'd already set up. So obviously, I'm driving to Newcastle tomorrow, and Gob's working on the Super Series. Jamie, absolutely no chance of that happening. Rob, I've never used the diamond grip, so I don't know how long it lasts for.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah, I've never used it.
Is it just me, or is today taking a lot longer than it did before? Now they put these breaks in between. We used to get a Pro Tour done in 5 hours.
No, about 5.5 hours.
You might have to do the final on your ones.
Yeah, it's all right.
How long till Supreme release a set of darts? They're like 600 quid.
Well, not far off the Elysians then.
They're a lovely collection, though.
Oh, they are 100% beautiful.
Yeah. If I could afford them, I'd have the lot.
Yeah. Oh, look, as a collector's piece, they're superb.
Yeah. Of course they did. They sort of died off a bit now, Supreme, but still worth a fortune. Who invited you?
Yeah, I think Peter and Gary will play together at the World Cup. I think there's a doubt there.
Gary Anderson.
It's both a way for them to get to the Grand Slam without having to qualify. Supreme already have a dartboard. Nice. There's a break opportunity here for Dobie, but that's a good response from Wright. His throw was under a little bit of pressure. That one forward has got Wright out of jail. Yeah, I'm good, Anthony, mate. All good. Who do you think has the best looking dart on tour? Oh. Brilliant from Peter Wright. Takes out a ton, level at 4 apiece. Dobie was poised but didn't get the opportunity. Best looking dart on tour. There's a few that I personally like. I like the one, I think they look nice. I don't think they're nice to throw. But Snake Bites ones, you know the ones he had for New York a couple of years ago, Gob?
Yeah.
I think they look very nice. A player that's not on tour, I love the gold and blue of Jim McEwen's darts.
Oh, I've got a set. They're beautiful.
They just look so nice. Will they consider putting Little in the England World Cup team? No, they won't change the protocol.
I mean, they might.
I don't think so. I'd be surprised. Chris Dobie back in front. Been strong on throw in this one. Peter Wright's going to have to find an extra level here to break the Dobie throw. Yeah, I agree. Give it a year. It'll be there anyway.
Is Heta versus Perez the furthest combined distance between players' country and the host venue in a players' championship event? No, there must have been an all Aussie or all Kiwi. They're further than the Philippines, aren't they?
Yeah.
There'll be a Whitlock Heta somewhere, or Cadby back in the day. Afternoon, Connor. How we doing, pal?
How we doing, mate? Hope you're good.
Boo, Chris Dobie. The top two for England right now, Michael Smith, Luke Humphries.
Yeah.
Followed by Nathan Aspinall. It feels like afternoon, mate.
Dobie sat on 1-2-4 for a potential break. Right, 1-6-1. Doesn't go. So Dobie may get a chance here. He's been knocking on the door of a break the last couple of legs.
The Dutch team, Van Gerwen and Danny Noppy.
Will it though? Envy. When was the last time Envy? He's missed the last two.
Yeah. It's all right though, because Raymond still calls himself a 5 times pairs world champion.
And this time, Peter Wright has blinked. Dobie comes back to break.
Ignoring seedings. I'd pick the two Lukes. You'd be petrified of them, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I'd go with the two Lukes as well. Chris Dobie passed up a massive opportunity there, and we're back level again. Peter Wright just sticking in here. Is it meant to be?
Dirk's recovery looked like it's going all right. He made the quarterfinals. Averaged 105 at one point today.
Yeah, and the injury itself was horrid. I saw it up close last year. This is good from Snakey. He's dodged a couple of bullets. Is he just giving himself an opportunity here? I mean, there probably is, but I just don't know them.
Any darts players from San Marino that I know of.
That's what I said. There probably is. I just don't know.
I tried to get Lendl to include me as a citizen of the island of New rather than from GB, so that I'd be top ranked in the FDI somewhere. But it turns out they actually have dart players now, and I'm not good enough.
Dobie's missed the dart of the ball. Can Wright produce a party piece?
Damon Hector one away, though.
No is the answer, so Dobie comes back.
Earlier. 142 from Steve Brown was lovely earlier.
Yeah. Dobie peels off the 25 and he has one away. I thought it was well directed as well.
You got away at the wrong moment for one of them, but yeah. That Swedish team this year, by the way, Jeffrey de Graaf's going to be number 1, isn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not sure I like that.
No, I think
When you got Harrison, Ursland, and Lakaziak all.
Yeah. I think a version of those three are better. Is a better dynamic and pairing with two of those three.
Or Nielsen.
I think Anton Ursland is going to develop into an amazing player.
Yeah.
Do you ever think an American will break into the top 10? Yeah, I genuinely do, the way it's going. I'm not saying it happens any time in the next 5 to 6 years, but I genuinely think steel tip darts is getting bigger and bigger in America.
Have you guys ever been to the Las Vegas? No, I've never been west on an aeroplane.
I've been to Vegas, but not for the Open tournament. Unreal city. Absolutely unreal.
I've only ever been on 5 return flights.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. Venice, Mallorca, Portugal, Amsterdam. Oh, I have flown west. I flew to Belfast.
Dobie's missed the ball for the big fish. A match start has come and gone.
Ooh.
We are going all the way. Peter Wright, is this your moment? Maybe not, because Dobie starts with a max.
Who gets top 10 first? Player from America or from Asia? I'm going Asia.
America for me.
Asia.
This one's still poised. It's advantage Dobie, but cannot slip here. That's a slip. 2 trebles, and Wright will sense an opportunity. Not enough, Gob.
Not enough indeed. 6 darts from 210.
Dobie feeling the pressure a little bit. Started with a max, but then 53, 58, and 85. Tees up tops unless Peter Wright can take out 156. And the answer is he can't. So Dobie, 3 clear darts for a place in the final.
This is taking too long. Yes!
I'll start in hand. Let's have a look at the stream. Whether it's clear or does he have to chase around the board? First one's above. Second one drag low.
Ooh.
Then he can bang tens.
I want to know. You're still muted, you muppet. Every time.
I definitely clicked it. We have a final. Dobie will take on Heta. Chat room, who wins?
I'm not a snakebite hater. I just backed Chris Dobie earlier, and it's not very often one of us gets this right. And the worst thing is, I'm going to have to brag about it on Monday night because I need to go and get ready for darts. I have a half an hour drive. I'm meeting at 7:30.
So, down to me to do the final, boys.
You're going to have to share your screen.
Oh, bollocks, I'm on my laptop. 2 seconds.
You can share it just as a tab on Chrome.
Now, let me set up my screen. Wait that other 2 seconds. Let me log in on this one.
This is the bit where you all back Heta.
Is it that one?
What? So hater, behave, Josh. Shit stirrer.
Right. There we go, Gob. You can bugger off whenever you want now.
Well, someone lied. You're a keyboard warrior, as Mr. Matt Porter would call you all. See you all later, guys. And I'm off to prove that dart players do not, under any circumstances, drink alcohol. Bye.
Then we'll go to that one. There we go. Right, so we have a final to get ready for. Chat room, what are you saying? Who wins? Who are you backing, Dobie or Heta? Dobie. Which player do I most enjoy? There's a few that I enjoy. There's not many I don't. I want Dobie to win, which means Heta will. Dobie, got to be Dobie. No, he wasn't at his best, but he still hung around and made it difficult. Dobie 8-4. Toberman, Heta. Playing better. Yeah, he did play better. 8-0 Dobie. Oh, yeah, Dobie's played superb today. Really has. Two players that like to get on with it as well, so I don't think we'll have a massive wait. No worries now. It's good to have you in. And the winners of the event so far this year, Luke Littler, Gary Anderson, Ryan Searle, and either Chris Dobie or Damon Hetta will join that roll of honour. World Cup is end of June, I think. I haven't got the calendar up in front of me. It was normally mid-June. I think it's been put back to the end of June. I wouldn't beat Dobie in the final. Not a chance. What to the final? Literally in the next 5 minutes or so, it should get underway. No, I think the World Cup will be pairs only again. Potentially, I'd quite like to see maybe the World Cup one year, the Ryder Cup, and then switch them around. Highest checkout for you. I've hit the 170 a few times, but I've done it competitively once. Now I'm terrible now. When I was half decent, I was running about a 25 at Super League, but now awful. So yeah, the Ryder Cup, we were talking about this the other day, that we'd probably go UK and Ireland against the rest of the world. The American team will be, and it will be Jules Van Dongen and Danny Lauby, because they're both tour card holders. So it's quite an exciting team as well. I'm not sure where the World Grand Prix is going to be. I know that they were looking at a couple of venues in Ireland. I'm not sure what's come of that. Yeah, look, the North America has some great players. Josh, I'm not a massive soft tip fan myself, but I'd like to see something different. But I agree. I don't think they'll ever dabble in it. Who wins the World Cup? Right now, Wales or Scotland for me. I know it's a boring one, but look, this is the best opportunity England will have as well, with Bully Boy and Luke Humphries. But I'm interested to see how they gel as a pair, because dynamics in pairs is a huge part. You can have two great players, and they don't quite gel. So I'm interested to see the makeup there. No, Rob, full on Ryder Cup where you have a non-playing captain and they get picks as well. 100%. I was surprised Spellman didn't get a card. I think Alex is an unbelievable player. It should be good in Exeter. No, obviously, it's always support England to win the World Cup. Yeah, one of my mates is big into soft tip, and I've been dragged into a play a couple of times for for his team when they're short, and I personally just don't enjoy it. Like, I can see the attraction behind it, but it's one of those ones that it's not for me. That was Stowe Bunce. Again, another very good player from America. I think it may be night 7 or 8, I think, Nottingham. I can't remember that looking. Yeah, the Neon Nightmare. Excuse me. Yeah, I've been to Nottingham loads of times. Any other questions? Fire them in until we get going. Do you think someday there will be a Q school in North America? Hopefully, because that means that if that happens, that means the sport's in a fabulous place globally. He's going under the radar. I'm not sure if he's going under the radar, but I thought that Wessel Nyman would have a good year. He's put in some good performances in the first 4 Pro Tours. I just think that he played really, really well on the Dev Tour last year. I think he's gonna have a good year on the Pro Tour. Oh, and we have the game is warming up. Shouldn't be too long. Close that window, so I've got the stream up there. James is a really good player. Really good player. Yeah, I'd like to see. I'd like to see it, to see if it goes, to see how it goes. So, yes, he has. Sam, I'm a Spurs fan. For my sins. Do you think Beaton makes the Worlds in his final year? I hope so. And we have pictures on the stream. So here we go. Let's get ready for the final. Here we go. And Dobie has won the ball. And they've both started. What? Let me. Oh. Let me just switch my tab. There we go. Sorry about that. Dobie down to 91 after 9. Heta 124. Not a bad start, is it? Dobie won the first leg. Let me see if I can change the 2 seconds. So let's see if I can. For some reason, I keep. This is irritating. Let me try it this way. At least you can see it that way. Chris Dobie races into a 2-0 lead. So Hollywood races into a 2-0 lead. What are you saying, chat room? Can Heta pull it back? This 85 would be a break back for Heta. Big moments here because Dobie is poised and it doesn't go. (3-0) to Hollywood. Heta had an opportunity to break back. Let's see how close it was. Clip the wire. He was close. What a game this is. Dobie averaging 115. Heta 108. But Dobie cuts the max in half by coming up trebleless. Very good leg from Damon Heta here on his own darts, down to 111 after 9. But Dobie's on a manageable 1-2-1 if this doesn't go. Tees up tops. Will he be back? This would hurt. Doesn't go, so Damon Heta to get his first leg on the board. And it does go this time. Remember, first to 8 in the final. And that doesn't really apply pressure from Damon Heta. But not punished by Chris Dobie. He's down to a finish. But he'd have wanted it a lot less than that. So 164. Again, 2 trebleless visits is just inviting some pressure here. A 140 or better from Heta makes this interesting. Like that. Pressure invited. And that's all come from the 2 trebleless visits. Heta can get the break back here. Missed opportunity. Dobie breathes again and a chance for 4-1 and halfway to the title. Chris Dobey's gone round the houses. Heta gets a second opportunity he probably never expected. Yeah, Rob, it's all about being comfy. Damon Heta does break and is back within one. Massive opportunity missed from Hollywood. But bounces back with a max. Again, Dobey cuts the 180 in half. These trebleless visits are just sneaking in to Chris Dobey's game right now. Needs to find something and find something quick. Better, much better from Hollywood. 64 when he returns. How much pressure will that 64 be under? Not as much as it should have been. So 64 for a two-leg cushion again, and an opportunity gone for Dobey. And Heta steps in, takes out the 113. We have a level game on our hands. But if we're being brutally honest, Chris Dobey should be 5-1 up. But he's not. He's level. Will he live to regret those chances? Because Damon Heta is starting to cook here. Two treble visits for Dobey. Can Heta reply? The answer is yes, he can. Yes, Scott, absolutely. Look, it's taking your chances when they're there. Something that Dobey hasn't done. Right, I know. But opportunities have been taken by Damon Heta. He's been outplayed for the majority of this contest. And again, Dobey misses. This 1-2-1 would hurt. For 4 legs on the spin. And it is another ton topper for Damon Heta. It is 4 legs on the spin. And it is 2 ton topping finishes in a row. 113 followed by 1-2-1. Chris Dobey must be there thinking, what have I done to deserve this? Incredible stuff from the Aussie. Gob's got darts tonight, so yeah, absolutely, Ryan. Look, he got almost battered into submission earlier on, but he found a way to weather the storm and is now flourishing. 1:30 after 9 for 5 legs on the spin. It is 3 ton-topping finishes in a row. Damon Heta adds the 130 to the collection. Wowzers. Five legs on the bounce for the heat. And then Dobie, what has he done? I'm going to watch the stream in a minute. It's a little bit behind. I'm guessing it's treble 1-1-1. Not. I was going to say, I'm glad they corrected it. No, this one's different, all boxed up. Damon Heta's took out 3 ton-topping finishes in a row. I agree with Atash. Damon Heta cannot miss right now. It is a finishing clinic from the Aussie. He was 3-0 down. He could have been and maybe should have been 5-1 down. But right now, it is a masterclass. The heat is cooking. 6 on the spin. And on the 92, he went single 20, double 18, double 18. This is exquisite. Cheers, mate. Thank you. Damon Heta, 1-2-1. This will probably go. Dobie fires in a max just to remind Heta, I'm still here. But the 1-2-1 for 7 legs on the spin. Does this go yellow? This is absolutely insane. This is incredible from Damon Heta. 4 ton-plus finishes. Adding a 92 to that. This is incredible. Damon Heta has won 7 legs on the spin. It's like he's just going and placing them where he wants. Sometimes when it's your day, it is your day. And that Chris Dobie is just smirking to himself on the stream. Sometimes when it's your day, it's your day. Scotty, look, an absolute finishing masterclass. Yeah, absolutely all boxed up. He's just like, look, if it's his day, it's his day. Absolute masterclass from Heta on the outer ring. Chris Dobie, 72 when he returns. What pressure will it be under? A rare slip from Damon Heta. But you better not let him have a go, Dobes, because it'll probably go. $72 goes for Damon Heta. I'm sorry, for Chris Dobie, who has stopped the rot, but still has some way to go to get back into this one. Not a problem, Owen. $140, $180 for Heta, who is potentially 2 visits away from sealing Players' Championship 4. Leaves 47 after 9, averaging 108 right now. So 47 to seal the deal. Yeah, it was good to see Peter Wright play well today. $16 when he returns. Match darts have come and gone, but he will get more. Now is the time to seal the deal. It's missed. This 110 has to go. Has to. Doesn't. So Heta returns for another opportunity. Last dart in hand, Damon Heta gets over the line. There was a spell of absolute genius in the middle of that from Damon Heta. I'm going to watch the stream catch up here. Goes outside first. Both outside. And then finds the middle of the bed. The pair share a nice smile and a hug. Absolutely superb from Damon Heta, the finishing masterclass in the middle of that contest. So he wins Players' Championship 4. Stellar stuff from the heat. Everyone, thank you very, very much for your support again today. It's been absolutely incredible. But before we go, I'm going to ask you one last time. Make sure you give us a like and subscribe, please, because it massively helps us throughout the support you guys give us. We've got an interview with Steve Beaton going to go out tomorrow. And then, of course, then we have the Premier League coming up as well. Not a problem, Josh. Glad you could come in and join us. We have been Online Darts. Remember, all social media platforms, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Threads, TikTok, here on YouTube. We have you covered with everything you need. Enjoy the rest of your evening, whatever you are doing. I've been Phil Bars. Jack Garwood was on earlier as well. We have been Online Darts, and we'll see you all very, very soon.